Alrighty, ready, Roo. Alright, let's get a little plan of action. Plan of Monday. Wait. Grumpy Monday. Plan of action. Alright, so let's see. We need to create an offset control for enemy spawn, allowing positional offset and scale modifier to assist with enemy placements. That's the first thing I need to do. Okay, let's just do that. I don't actually have anything else in my mind right now. There's a million things to do, but that is where I'm at. I might look at spawning a battle floor, because in reality, in reality our characters are actually floating in the air, but it doesn't look like they are. So I've just left it, but in reality they are actually floating in the air. So I might bridge the gap. That'll be more noticeable in battle animations. So if I spawn a battle floor that comes up from the air that the characters stand on for battle, then I don't need to worry about revealing the fact that they're actually floating in the air. So I think this could be a good idea, and I might make it thematic, like depending on the dungeon and stuff like that. But I'll have to look at that. All right. So the first thing we need to do is create an offset control for enemy spawn, allowing positional offset and scale modifiers. So if we go to our core and we go to our battle, we have a battle spawner. We have a back offset already, but I want to modify that. I always wanted that to be a vector 3, but Jibbity kind of took over and just wanted to use like a single variable. So if we convert the offset, and we'll just call it offset, to a vector 3, this is where it's kind of weird though. Okay, this is where we run into an issue, because the work I did last night, okay, let me just explain. We're back to paint again. See, originally we created this back offset, right? We created this variable called back offset, but what is back, right? Equals whatever, 2 floaty points, right? And so we have a room and we have a center of the room, and the back offset in theory, not in practice, in theory was to move. We were spawning from center. Let me make that more like the center, because it's not quite center there. There we go. So the theory was that our back offset took the point from the center and moved the enemies back. So this might be our back offset at 1. The problem was that our dungeon is procedurally generated, so we don't know which corridor the player's going to be coming from. So if we came from this way, right, then our back offset was correct. But if we came from any of the other directions, we were seeing it from the side. So I wrote a script that tracks the player's rotations and basically calculates at a set distance as we're approaching the room. We calculate the back offset direction. So back offset as a single variable still works, because we just take the direction of what we consider to be back, and instead of saying back is this way, we say back is this way, obviously, right? And now suddenly the offset actually creates the object there, right? Because it's all relative. There is no back, right? It's fascinating when you think about it. Like, there is no up, down, forward, back, left, right, anywhere in the universe. It's all relative. and you learn this in 3D game dev because it drives you insane. You're like, wait, what is up? Wait, what is forward? Like, you need to know the approaching direction first. So, if I want to now upgrade this to a Vec3 and call it offset, and let's say we want to say 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, well, now we're actually specifying axes, right? We're actually saying X, Y, and Z. But we don't know X, Y, and Z, again, is relative, right? So a Vec3 would be problematic because we'd have to start converting axes into other axes, which could get kind of awkward and difficult to understand. So I think we leave it as it is. I think we keep it as back offset. What's it complaining about? But I think we definitely need an up offset. I could call it as up offset. Sounds kind of like something a 3-year-old would write. Let's call it height offset because it sounds a bit better and it's closer to what we want. Okay, so let's just set that to 3 for now. And I don't even think we need these comments. Like, it's kind of obvious what these are, right? But Jiminy does like to write those comments. They can be helpful sometimes. Okay, so instead, scrap that. We're no longer doing a Vec3. As much as I do prefer Vec3s for offsets, that's not going to work in our procedural dungeon because there is no up, down, left, right. It's all relative, right? So we're going to need to use... Although height is pretty reliable, I will be honest. But again, if you're calculating from a Vec3... Do you read the X or do you read the Z? Right? It depends. And that's where things get confusing. So let's just keep them as 2 flat values. We'll do two flat floats. Our back offset's already working. And then we want to add a height offset. And height offset's pretty easy to do because height is always Y. I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. It's got me questioning myself now. Okay, and you'll see we have this function that spawns enemies. So what we essentially do is we send the entry direction from the player to this function once we've calculated what it is. And then from this entry direction, we calculate what is X, what is Y, and what is Z. So right now, entry direction Y gets set to 0. Flatten entry direction to horizontal plane. Yeah, that might not be what we actually want to do. Instead... we can either use the player's height or we could use height offset. Height offset does give us more control. Height offset gives us more control. So let's use height offset. Okay. Now, what I want to do is I want to have some control over each game object that is spawned, post-spawn, so that I can line things up. So the way we do that is we need, because we're spawning 1 to 4 enemies currently, we need a list of game objects. Or transforms even. We could just use transforms. Yeah, transforms are fine. And I'm just going to call it spawn control. Control your spawn, sir. Please control your little spawns, will you, sir? They're running rampant around the video game. Control your spawn. Okay, so as we spawn the enemies, you'll see this instantiate here, and we reference it as enemy. So what we want to do is we want to say spawn enemy spawn control, or whatever the fuck I called it. spawn control, spawn control, add enemy. There we go. Dot transform, because we said there were transforms. Okay, so now we have all of the enemy transforms in a list as we spawn them. And actually, I might want to make those public just so that I can double check that we're not spawning multiples of these. I don't think we are, but then I can double check in the inspector, I guess. All right, and then what we can do is we can add our corrective helper function. It's not even really a corrective helper function. It's just in update, we're just going to say for each transform T in spawn control, and we're going to say this is where, okay, the thing is it gets a bit more complicated than that, because I wonder if I should parent them to a parent transform. Then that would make sense, wouldn't it? Then we don't need a list. That's clever. That's very clever. I like that. Okay, instead I'm going to create a private transform called parent control, and then we don't even need to for each. So here's what we do instead, is before we start spawning the enemies, we just say game objects spawn parent equals new, and then as we instantiate each enemy, we can say enemy.transform.parent equals enemy parent spawn parent dot transform, and then we can just make sure we set spawn parent up here, I guess. Wait, parent control, and then we can say parent control equals spawn parent dot transform, and then in update we can say parent control this is smart. Here's what we do. There's a few ways of doing this. We could set the parent at 0, 0, 0, then add the enemies, and then whatever the difference is between the parent and the child, our offsets will be applying them to 0, 0, 0, so they will apply the correct offsets. But that's actually a bad way of doing it. What we should really be doing is we should be spawning the way you should do it is you should spawn the parent in the center. So let's say you want to spawn 4 objects, right? You should create the container first that's going to contain the objects, and then place the objects inside the container. This is the correct way of doing it. And the reason why is then you can use local position, and then you can move the child objects relative to the parent then. But that could be tricky because we're working with formations and it's all procedural. We don't know the size necessarily. So we could cheat. And the way in which we cheat, I should have left those there actually. The way in which we cheat is we're already spawning the objects roughly where we want them, right? So we're actually spawning the objects first, and then we're creating the parent. Now let's pretend that 0, 0, 0 is over here. Let's say this is 0, 0, 0, just for argument's sake. If we spawn the parent at 0, 0, 0, and then we attach the children to the parent, right? They'll still be there, and their offset will be whatever the difference is between parent and child. But instead of using local position to visualize the offset, we can just change the parent, right? Because if it's 0, 0, 0 and we move it to 1, 0, 0, for example, where's my line? I've got it right now. Let's say that's here. Well, then the children will move one direction on the x-axis, right, relative to their parents. So essentially it lets us see the offset without having to worry about the relative position between parent and child. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. So if we're doing it that way, what we want to do is we want to set the transform of spawn parent to vector 0. Vector 3, 0. Then we attach the children, and then in update we can say parent control transform position equals just basically offset, right? So we want to say new vector 3. But we're still in trouble. We're still in trouble because we don't know which axis back offset is. Oh, that's true. That's very true. I thought I was being a smarty pants there, but I've still run headfirst into the same brick wall. Except I came from a different direction. So this was me. Yeah, I've solved the problem. I'm so smart. And here's me coming down here, and then I just go smack straight into the same problem. That's what I just did. Okay, I might need Jibbity's help with this. Oh, and I also want to add a public float of Okay, so what we're going to need is we're going to need to remember... Well, actually, I might be able to do this myself then. If we store the vector 3 as the entry direction... Let's see if I can figure this out myself. Direction. Now, I still kind of need help because I don't really want to do it this way because it's kind of clunky, and I'm pretty sure GPT will give us a nice container. GPT will calculate a nice container for us to draw around the enemies and then place the enemies in the container, and then that way I can either use world transform position, world position. I could use local position. Local position is better actually, especially for offsets, because that's kind of the whole point of local position. Okay. Damn it! I need Jibbity's help already. Okay. I'm attempting to... update scale and offset values in the inspector for my procedural dungeon enemy spawner so I can tweak and line things up. However, since we don't know size or direction, we don't know number of enemies, direction. Well, let's just say since number of enemies and direction can vary, I'm not sure how to do it. Can you help me run the values in update and initially spawn from these values so I can tweak things? Okay. Yeah.
Can you take these clothes out this basket?
Yeah, they're dry, aren't they?
Yeah, but they aren't ironed.
Oh, they looked alright. Well, yeah, you can give him back if you want.
Where are they?
I just in that drawer there. Do you need me to give you them right now? Not that one, the other one. I'll get it.
I forgot to iron them, that's why.
I thought they were well. I thought you left them there for me, that's all.
Oh, no, they do, don't I? Yeah. Yeah, the one iron, definitely.
Alright.
One of them does anyway.
Right.
So just leave that not doing this.
Yeah, that's alright, there's no rush, I've got loads. Right, got it. What you want is inspector-driven tweaking, so you can adjust back offset, height offset, spacing, scale at runtime or in edit mode, even, and have your already spawned formation move and size dynamically. Right now, your spawner calculates offsets only when calling spawn enemies, but never reapplies those offsets in update. If you tweak values in the inspector, here's the approach: store references to spawned enemies so you can update their transforms later. Keep the same logic. Offset logic in a reusable method. Instead of writing it only inside spawn enemies, call that logic again in update so your inspector changes apply in real time. Here's a refactored version. Okay. Stop renaming things. Okay, right. So we've got back offset, height offset, scale, and spacing. And so what we should be able to do now is when the enemies spawn in my test, I should be able to line things up. Then we can make a note of the values, our magic values. Then we can remove that. In fact, what I'll probably do is add a bool. We can do a public bool which says tweak mode. I mean, by default, I want that to be false. And then we can say if tweak mode only and everything else. That way, when we're ready for production, we just make sure tweak mode is off. We want it on now. And then we're not wasting frames doing all that when we don't need to. Okay, so we're going to run it, test it. it's because I moved everything, so I still can't get used to that. Okay, everything's in here now. Party select. Load into dungeon. Okay. And now on player we can move to next, and our enemies will spawn as we approach the room. You'll see it in console. There we are, we just spawned the enemies. Something went terribly, terribly wrong. Okay, that actually broke our enemy spawner. Let's see if I can find out what the hell actually went wrong. So you can see we're actually floating in the air, right? It doesn't look like we are from the camera angles, but we actually are. So I might want to bring a floor up for battles, because if I push everybody back down, then I have to push everybody and the cameras down, and then the environment's gonna jump and things are still gonna look weird. So I think instead I might just bring the floor up to the player or something. I don't know yet. Right, where the frick are our enemies? Enemy formation. Oh, they are actually... Okay, now they're rotated the wrong way around us. What the fuck is happening? They are actually near our player, but they're floating way up in the air. Oh my god. Disaster. Disaster. Why are they rotated on their backs? Wait, no, they're under the map, right? Aren't we looking at the map upside down right now? Yeah, they're under the floor right now. And they're face down. That's kind of where we want to put them, right? We want them face down and under the and bury those motherfuckers by winning battles. But we kind of need them to be up on their feet and alive before we start the battle. Right, where the hell is anything? Oh wait, I know what the issue is, kind of. Because we haven't started battle. Oh shit, the bed. Oh my god, this project gets more and more frustrating. It's probably fine, because once we have the offsets set. Also, that ain't doing shit. That ain't doing shit. Okay, so not only did it fuck our spawner up and make them spawn completely wrong, but the main point of it in the first place, which was to allow me to actually change things. Okay, apparently scale is working, but the height offset isn't moving anything. Okay, and the back offset is affecting the height. So let me just give it some feedback. Okay. Enemies spawned face down underground. In update, height offset does nothing. And back offset is affecting the height. Scale is also working. Okay. Enemy spawn face down underground. In update, height offset does nothing, and back offset is affecting the height. Scale is also working. I see what's happening. Thanks for clarifying. The key issues are you're mixing the entry direction forward back movement with vertical offset. In your code, you normalize the entry direction, then forced entry direction y equals height offset. That means the whole vector used to compute back offset and rotation now tilts upwards. So back offset pushes them down into the floor, and your height control isn't working the way you expect. Height should be handled separately as a Y offset, not by modifying the direction vector. You wrote the code, not me. I like the way you're lecturing me. And you wrote the fucking code. Rotation is wrong because we're building it with a tilted direction vector. You want enemies to face into the room opposite of entry, but still aligned on the ground. He's a cleaned up version that fixes all three. Okay, we'll see about that. Alright. Do I trust it? What choice do I have? We've got it backed up, so we can always revert back if we need to. Stop renaming things! I don't do first capital letters. That's not how I do things. Fucking hell, Jibbity. You'll never learn. You will never ever learn. Alright, go to the first room. I think it spawned the enemies. Yeah, that's much better. But we run... This is why I needed the tweak, you see. We run right past them. Okay, so they... the good news is they're facing the right way. Yeah, this all, as long as our update things now work correctly. Right, so as you see, we run straight past them. Their scale's a lot better now, though. They were too small before, but they seem a lot bigger. Which is weird, because I set the scale to 1. So maybe before they were scaling at less than 1. So obviously we want to push them back somewhere up here, so that when she stops in the center of the room, you know, we can see the enemies we're about to fight. So if we go into battle... We want to change back offset now, which is still doing nothing. Oh, because it's not running. Okay. Okay, it's working now. Thank God. So actually the weird part is our back offset is now a negative value. Weird. Weird, weird, weird. So I'm thinking like -9 or something. They are actually quite huge compared to us, but it doesn't look like they are. But then what might be better then is if we bring the spacing in to like 2.8, we scale them down to like 0.8, and then we can bring them forward a bit. They're still quite big compared to us. Okay, let's try and make this look good. So let's start by getting the scale right, I think. I think that should be about the size of enemies that we fight. And then we can bring the spacing in. And then we can bring them forward. And then we also want to bring them down. They don't look particularly intimidating. But they are actually like... I mean, she's a small character as well, though. But they're nearly as big as her. I think we make them a bit bigger, make them a bit more intimidating. 0.65. Move them back a bit more. I think that looks good. So we'll stop about there, and then we can start with the battle animations and stuff. Yeah, I think that seems good. Maybe the scale comes down a little bit. I think that looks decent. Right, so now we want our magic numbers. Let's get snipping clip up so we can record these numbers. And then we'll come out of edit mode. Oh, also it got rid of my bool to say because we're going to need to, like, every time we add new enemies into the game, we're probably going to want this tool, right? So tweak mode equals false if tweak mode and everything else. And then let's get our magic numbers into the inspector. So we wanted negative 3.86, 2.17, 0.63, 1.63. Okay. Save it. Now, it might also depend on the enemy. So the next thing we might need to do when we start to add more enemies, we might find that these numbers only work for the skeletons, right? So when we get, like, I don't know, big fat sumo wrestler man enemy, we might find that some of these values no longer work for that enemy. So then what we would need to do is grab these values and the logic. We need to grab these values and stick them on the enemy classes themselves to have, like, so that we can have individual offset scales and spacings depending on the enemy type. Right now it's one size fits all, which is fine because we've only got one class of enemies, but obviously we're not going to only have one class of enemies, so we might want to take these values and stick them on a script. We'll still want this so that we can line things up in the editor. Actually, I could do that now if I think about it. So if I go to game data, for example, yeah, the problem is I kind of just stuck them all in enemies, so we don't really have... I need somewhere where I can record enemy type offsets. Let's just test it and make sure it all runs properly first. I should probably organize this a bit better, and we'll create like an enemy type custom class, and then we'll like organize them in the hierarchy so that types sit on parents, and then we can record the respective offsets on the parents then, and then we can inherit from parent type offset as we spawn enemies, and then that way we can have custom numbers for each enemy type, because I have a feeling we're going to want that. I have a feeling we'll want that. Alright, so party select. So now it should just know where and how to place them. We shouldn't have to change anything. Did I not click battle start? I probably didn't. Okay. Where is my map? There it is. Player, move next. Alright, we're off to the first dungeon. Yeah, that looks much better. Much better. Okay, so pretend we've fought those, then we go on to the next one. I love that dynamic camera system I made. I think it looks really good. Ah. Yeah, okay, I know why that happened. Like, she did something weird. Like, she kind of came at them. I mean, that's fine. We could see we didn't run past them, but we kind of came at them from the side. But at this point, this is where we'll show like a, you know, a battle intro animation or whatever. The floor can come up and I don't know. We'll have like 2 seconds of like intro battle animation and then straight into the battle. So it's fine. But the reason she came at them from the side is because she did like a last minute turn, which confused the system. It's fine. She kind of ran past them that time. Are we sure the offsets are working? Did she do like a last minute spin at the end? I mean, this isn't like... Wait, what? Moving through... Something went wrong? What the hell's happening? Is she like stuck on a collider or something? No, it wouldn't work like that, would it? Wait, something's gone terribly wrong. She's supposed to be moving to room 3, but she's not doing anything. What the fuck? Oh man, you've got to be kidding me. This never broke before. This is the first time I've ever seen this break. She shouldn't be stuck on a collider. You know, I don't need these capsules anymore. They were kind of like there to assist me and guide me, but I don't need them anymore. Oh, that's the capsule for the monster though, right? I'm just wondering, like, is it physics that's got her stuck or something? Like, why is she stuck? It's the first time I've ever seen her get stuck. What are these capsules? Monster capsule. Oh, because it's... Yeah, no. Okay, this was the... Yeah, this was the third-party assets idea of... Like, I think it was a guide to show you, you know, that you could put a bunch of monsters there, which is kind of what we're doing. But monsters is like... the... procedurally generated idea of what monsters should be and where they should go. Oh, I hate this. Okay, this is really bad. This is really bad. Right, let's take a look at the prefabs. Okay, I'm going to rip the monster logic out of the third-party asset dungeon generator because we're handling monsters ourselves. Core routine, create monsters. Don't do it. Don't do it, man. This should make the procedural generation a little bit quicker as well. Okay. But now we have an error. So that can be flattened. Generate player or monster. Yeah, we should be able to flatten that out now. Okay, let's test it again. Probably should hide the mouse as well when she's auto running. Okay, she just did. Right, her fucking traversal logic seems to have gone a bit nuts. Okay, what the fuck is wrong with my traversal script? It's completely ruined. It's broken my traversal script. That doesn't make any sense. How has this broken my traversal script? So when the script resets, yeah, that screwed her rotation and everything up. I guess it would, because I don't know how that script got disabled. Okay, what the fuck is happening right now? Oh my god. Right, don't panic, don't panic, don't panic. I just don't know how that broke everything that was working perfectly. I don't really know what is happening. Let's pick somebody else's leader. Let's mix things up a bit. Right, so we go to the first room just fine. The first room traversal is still working perfectly. We spawn our enemies. But she seems to get really confused. And I'm not sure why. Now let's remove the enemies and see if she'll go to the next room. Yeah, it's broken. What the fuck? I don't understand. Okay, let's just let's just debug this. What are the room centers saying? Room center for room 1. Show it to me. That's room center for room 1. Okay. Room 2 center. Show it to me. There's room 2 center. Does seem like it's a different room. In fact, if we zoom right out like this, we can see the whole map. Okay, let's see it. Room 3 center is there. So the room centers are fine. It's not like the room centers got messed up. The room centers look fine. But a couple of strange things are happening. Like, she's getting really confused as she gets to the center of the room and kind of spins around haphazardly. Maybe I need to check the debug logs. It's not saying the dungeon's complete, so it's not as if... Right, let's get a bit more hands-on with the debug logs and see if we can figure out what the fuck is happening. Oh, I love procedural generation. It's so fun. Okay. Before we set off, let's just clear our debug logs so that we've got less to sift through. And let's set our player off. Okay, our player's been set off. She gets the first room fine, but she does get confused when she gets to the center. Okay, that time she didn't. She seemed fine. Okay. And now I'm going to imagine we killed the enemies. And then we want to move to the next room. Oh, she's doing it now. But clearly there's something... No, she's spinning like crazy at the end. She's never done that before. And I bet... That's normally a sign that it's going to break. Because that's new. I don't know what the hell's causing that. So now let's imagine we kill the enemies and we want to go to the next room. I bet she won't go there. Yeah, you can tell when she does that spinny thing. When she gets all spun around as she gets into the room. That's a sign that it's not going to go to the room after that. And in all of that testing, we only got these debug messages. So we were told to move to room 8. We spawned 4 enemies for room 8. We arrived at room 8. Like, nothing unusual in the logs. And then was meant to go to room 7. But this is weird. Wait, is room 7 where we're in? I need to know which room we're in. Maybe room 7 we got there correctly. In which case we never even got the debug log. No, it's because idle... Right, I see what's happened. Idle character is being disabled. I know what's breaking it. I know it's breaking it, but I don't know how it's happening. Yeah, once again, okay, it broke, but it's the reason it broke is because idle character became disabled. Something's switching off the idle character script. So then when that gets re-enabled, everything gets screwed up because she thinks she's at a starting room again. So even if we re-enabled that script, everything got screwed up because now we've screwed with the whole pathfinding system. So we need to figure out what is disabling idle character. So that will either be a set active or an enabled. It looks like it's an enabled because it's not the game object that's being disabled, it's the component. So it's not happening internally. It only happened since we updated this enemy spawner. But this enemy spawner shouldn't even have a reference to that script. But I wonder if it's something like this. So in spawn enemies, it's saying destroy parent control.game object. Destroy immediate. I didn't even know that was a function. Destroy immediate. Sounds very serious. But the parent object is the parent transform that we place the new enemies on. So that shouldn't cause any issues. So basically all this is saying is every time we spawn new enemies, but are we clearing the enemies list? Spawned enemies. Yes. Okay, I am so confused. What the hell is turning our dungeon runner component off? Because that's why it's breaking. Okay, I want to know if, because it feels like, even though it doesn't make sense, it feels like the thing that broke it is the new enemy spawn script, but I don't see where that could be happening, and that doesn't really make sense, but it's worth testing. So when was my latest backup of this? Okay, it was at like 8 o'clock last night. So let's grab the script from 8 o'clock last night for enemy spawner. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go and get my battle spawner. And we're going to stick the new version over here. So we'll probably want it back. But I just want to see if this fixes that bug. Because I've never seen that bug before today. Never. And the only thing I really changed was this. I mean, I also did some big changes yesterday, to be fair, but I also tested it last night and I never saw that bug. So after making those changes, so I don't think it's that either. But yeah, I restructured core systems actually, which is like a really big one. But I don't think it's that. Okay, where the hell even am I? Right, so we want to be in, we're in scripts. There should be a dungeon generator in RPG, room, dungeon generator, scripts. There should be an idle character, there it is. No, it's not idle character though, is it? It's battle spawner. Battle spawner should just be on RPG. there it is. Battle spawner. The file has been modified by another program. Do you want to reload it? Yes. Okay, copy that, and let's put our old script back in that doesn't have the offsets, but it also seemed to not cause the issues I'm seeing today. And I just want to know if the issues go away, because then it's like narrowing it down to that script, right? I can't see how it would be, but then that does feel like what's happening, even though that doesn't really make sense. Okay. Okay, let's test it. Let me just clear the logs. I don't think the logs can really tell us about this bug. Because the bug is that idle character is being disabled, which is the character controller for this whole dungeon traversal thing. So that's what's screwing it up. But I don't know what's causing that. No, she's still doing it. She's still doing the weird spinny thing. So it's not... I mean, it didn't make sense that it would be the battle spawner. Oh my god, I hate everything. I hate everything. This is going to be a giant pain in the ass. I just know it is. Because it seems like it's not related to that script, which makes sense that it shouldn't be related to that script. But now the problem is I don't even know where to start. Now she's still enabled, so she should move to the next. And she's not. So the bug's not... the bug isn't even necessarily that the script gets disabled. We're seeing this bug anyway. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? But wait. I wonder, because the other thing I did do is I ripped the monster generation out of the procedural dungeon generator, which might have messed with something. It certainly hasn't messed with the room center positions, and she should be using room centers as path navs. But maybe we were like snapping to the floor by like referencing the enemy positions or something. But then surely we would get like a null reference, or there would have been some lines of code where things were like, oh boy, this is bad. This is very bad. This is very bad. We'll fix it, but it's going to be... I'm going to have to be very careful. Okay, so let's... I think that is my next suspicion. My next suspicion is that by removing the spawned monsters from the procedural dungeon generator asset, it's screwed something up. But I don't actually know for sure. So let's make this copy 4. Let's back the project up so we have a backup of the newer version as well. Because I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this copy 4 version. I'm going to go to the assets. I'm going to go to scripts. I'm going to go to RPG. I'm going to copy the entire room dungeon generator project asset thing, and I'm going to override it in a live project, and that should restore it to what it was at 8 o'clock last night. and then we'll test it again. Because I don't know, maybe those enemies being spawned by the third-party system is, I don't know, is somehow affecting things like the nav mesh generation or something like that I'm not aware of. It's possible. Why are you taking so long? Why are you taking so long? This is pure pain. This is pure pain. Please, please, please hurry up. It's always these stupid, annoying little files, that's why. Windows hates tiny files. And Unity loves creating billions of tiny files just to annoy you. Right, we've got 62 backups, so it's not like, you know. Worst case scenario is I just revert to 8 o'clock last night and then we just start again. I'm hoping I don't need to do that though. Okay, let's load the project. So we should be generating the capsule monsters again. So we already know that the new this was not causing the problem. The new, which didn't make sense that it would be. So I think we should put this back. I think we put the new battle spawner back because this is good. This is what we want. But now we should have the monster generation back. So I'm putting the new battle spawner back. And we're going to run it and test it and see if it works now. And if it does work now, then we know that it's the monster generation part of the third-party asset. And so then we have two options. We either reverse engineer what was breaking that so that we can rip monsters out totally, or we could just take a shortcut and just get rid of the visualization of the monsters. I'd rather do it properly. I'd rather reverse engineer what's causing that and then actually go and rip the monsters out properly so it doesn't break things. But I also wouldn't rule out just making them invisible if that proves to be too cumbersome. But I would rather do it properly. Because I put this project is like, it's worth it, right? Like I haven't taken any shortcuts in this project at all, really. I'm trying to do everything as thoroughly and properly as I possibly can. And so, you know, I don't want to start taking shortcuts now. Okay, I am so fucking lost. Right, we need to be in core canvas, overlays, party select, build a party. Let's just stick with the one we were using for simplicity's sake. And let's see if things are fixed now. So off she goes to the first room. Yeah, they're back to like floating in the air and stuff, but that's fine. We can tweak that. See, she didn't do that weird spinny round thing. I think it is. It's the monster. It was the removing of the monsters. But wait, I don't see. Wait, am I crazy? I didn't see the monsters. Am I crazy? No, they are there. There they are. I just didn't notice them, I guess. Yeah, it's starting to look like it was the removing of these capsules that fucked things up. I think they must play a bigger part than I realized. And now she's off to the second room. Yeah, she's looking better already. She's looking much better already. Okay, panic over. I think we have it back. Yeah, so ripping the monsters out from the procedural dungeon generator screwed things up royally. Yeah, she's back to being 100% accurate now, thank God. Okay, that's fine. Panic over. Yeah, I mean, I probably shouldn't have just blindly ripped those out without checking, really. But, in all fairness, I didn't write that third-party asset. I can't complain because it was free, right? So, you know, big shout-out to whoever made that. They did a great job. Thank you for making it free. It's amazing. I actually love it. But also, why do monsters play a part in... You know what I mean? Why is ripping the monsters out affecting Navmesh and other things? I don't know. Because it feels like they shouldn't be. Okay, we're back to being 100% accurate, it looks like. Everything's reliable again. Yep, we need that. So she does still do like a little bit of a spin sometimes. She does get like... It's not perfect. But the main thing is she's like able to traverse all the rooms again now. So... It's mostly good. Let's say. Yeah, she's like... I mean, before she was like breaking after one or two rooms, right? One room, really. And then she was getting completely destroyed. And now she's like able to do the whole dungeon. Once again. Okay. This is just a visual tweak. I don't really care. We'll fix this. We'll make it look better. It's fine. So now I have two options. I can either just visually remove these capsules, which is really easy to do, because I could literally, and then it wouldn't break anything. I could literally just go into prefab of monster and turn off the mesh renderer like that. Because I don't even know if the physics... Let's try and turn the capsule collider off as well. Because I feel like if anything is playing a part in the procedural dungeon generation, it's probably the transform. That is my feeling. That is my programming intuition. That is my intuition. Let's see if I'm right. And so I suppose the easiest fix is just to turn the mesh renderer and the capsule off. Let's take a different character just for the hell of it. Okay. Boop, boop. Move next. Yeah, ignore the fact that her eyes are all fucked up. We've got some material overrides and fixes to do for this mod, but again, it's just visual. It's fine. I'm not worried about it. So she does look a bit freaky right now. She doesn't have any pupils, but we'll fix that. Yeah, it seems to work with the capsule disabled and the mesh renderer disabled in the prefab. So now we don't get those big annoying capsules in the middle of every room. But our procedural dungeon traversal seems to be working again. So honestly, you know what? I think I'm just, for now at least, I'm happy with that. Yeah, we're looking great. We're looking great, and she's gonna go to the next one, right? Yeah, we're looking great. Okay, we're at a really good point right now. Yeah, we're at a really good point right now. And we can tweak these, right? We've got our tweaker again. It's just that we lost our tweak values. But if you think about it, we saved our tweak values, right? They're right here. They're right here. So if I go to battle, where the hell is battle? There it is. Oh no, wait, those are, oh no, they're not quite the same tweak values. That should be 217. I don't know whether that's working. Oh no, because battle's not, there we go. 0.63, 1.63. Yeah, so it should that look like that. Yeah, that's way better. Way better. Yeah, we're in a great spot right now. So let me get those numbers in again. 2.17, 0.63, 1.63. Save it. Alright, so I'm actually just going to back it up again. We probably don't need this many backups. Right, let me just figure this out. Which one is my oldest backup right now? 7th at 11:32, I guess. So let's get rid of that one. Yes. Woo! Panic over. God, I really did panic there. I mean, I don't know why I panic, right? Because, like, I have a million backups. I'm, like, pretty good at this stuff now. I know that might sound a bit big-headed, but, like, I've earned it. I've, like, basically dedicated my life for the past, like, 5 years to this. So, yeah, I've reached a level of competence that, like, you know, I can normally fix things. I mean, I probably always fix things. Just some things take longer than others. And not only that, right? Because I mean, I would say like 4 or 5 years ago, I was able to say the same thing, but I wasn't efficient at fixing things, and I wasn't confident in fixing things. Like, I would always find a way to get things to work, but sometimes my solutions were very patchy. Because it's a bit like going to see a doctor, right? So he's our guy, right? And he says, "Doctor." Hang on, while this backs up. I realize that our guy looks like a snowman, but just go with it, okay? So there's our guy, right? I'm gonna show you the two situations. So we have a guy, and he has a hole in his eye. All right, there's the hole in his eye, and he says, "Doctor, doctor, I have a hole in my eye." And the old me would have been like, "Oh, okay, let me just try and does that work? Shit, no, that doesn't work. Okay, let's put another plaster on there. Okay, does that covers it up a little bit? Yeah, there we go. Oh, we still got some blood here. Let's put another patch here, and there you go. It's fixed. You don't have a hole in your eye anymore." He's like, "Great, I can't see now." And I feel like newer me is like, okay, yeah, okay, what's causing that then? Okay, let's take a look. Let me just take your head and open it up. And then we see, oh, look. There's a little gremlin in here. There's our little gremlin. Causing all kinds of havoc. Right, bugs, whatever. Oh yeah, let me just take care of that for you, sir. Let me just get rid of him for you. Where's my eraser? Yeah, let me just get rid of that gremlin for you. There we go. And what you actually want is a visual cortex, which is obviously like a little Paimon. There's Paimon with the little wings. And she helps you see. And now let me just put your head back together, sir. There you go, sir. And then now we don't have any blood because we fixed the actual core issue, you see. And now he's got beautiful blue eyes. Like he... Fucking blue, dude. There you go. Now he's got beautiful blue eyes. And somehow the one on the right looks worse than the one on the right, on the left. But the one on the right is the actual fix, right? Whereas we just patched it last time. Thank you for watching my interactive art show. Okay, that was fun. I enjoyed that. I like fucking around in paint. Okay. But it's true, right? As much as silly of an analogy that is kind of true. It's like you can write pieces of code that will just get something. If you can't figure out why or how to stop the thing from happening, you can like change it back to what you want to happen on the top at the end, right? Which is kind of like, you know, sticking a new eye back into his socket and then taping it on, and it's like, there you go, he's got an eye back. But like, really, you should probably like open up his head and, you know, check to see what happened to the original eye and try and fix it. And then it's a much better fix, right? Because the other problem with patches is like, then you have like cascading problems. Something could be wrong with the original eye, and then something could go wrong with your patched eye, and then you need a second patched eye, and now suddenly he's got like 3 more eyes than he needs. And if something goes wrong with the eye again, it's like, well, which eye is it that's broken? Let me check. And it gets harder and harder to like, you know, actually fix things. So yeah, I feel like we're definitely getting better at this. Okay, so I think we're in a good spot. Our enemies are spawning in the right place. They're the right size, right position. I want to think about, if we look at our Grumpy Monday task list for the day, we did that. Yay! So I don't know if I should spawn a battle floor, because right now the dungeons are kind of visually empty. They're cool and all. And what I like about the idea of spawning a battle floor is it solves 2 problems in a way. It makes the dungeon... It could make the dungeons look more interesting by giving them more to look at, right? More in the dungeon. And also it solves the problem of the characters are actually technically floating in the air. And from certain camera angles that might become more apparent and it might look a bit weird. So it's sort of... Really, they're both just visual upgrades, right? It's like visually more interesting is what we're saying. More to look at. And also, like, I guess visually more coherent, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, characters actually stand on a floor and not just stand on floor. Yeah. So I think even though they're only visual, I still think that's kind of a big one. Now, I'll be honest. I was playing Madoka last night, or maybe it was yesterday. I might have even mentioned this on stream. And Madoka has like animated floors, and I'm like, holy shit, that looks so fucking good. And it's actually not that difficult to achieve. Because what essentially they had, right, is they had some stones. Let's go get a texture. Right, obviously this is not a final situation. I'm just kind of spitballing right now. Also, I think Unity 6.2 has like a texture generator thing. I don't know whether that's wrappable or not, but we can make it wrappable. Not wrappable, tileable. So we can find out, because we can say, let's make the original canvas and then splot that in. And then what we do is we say 200%, 200%, and then we can flip and place. Oh shit, that's not how I test to see if it's tileable, but that would make it tileable. Yeah, no, to test to see if it's tileable, I don't want to flip that. It might be tileable already. Hang on. I fucked that up. Let me start again. I'm just so used to doing that, that's the problem. Right, so we still want to do 200%, 200%, 200, 200. But then we just want to zoom out and place our tiles as they are. Oh, look at that, it is. Oh, what a great texture. Oh, that is beautiful. Look at that. Yeah, it's already tileable. That's amazing. That's really cool. So we've got a great texture here, and it's like stylized. And it's grey as well, so if we want to stick some coloration over the top of Unity, that'll work beautifully. So okay, let's just grab an object. Let's just make an object. I think not capsule. Cylinder. Cylinder's what I want. So let's say we want this as a floor. It probably will have some height to it, right? Because our characters are floating in the air right now. So let's say this is our cylinder. So what we want to do is we want to grab that texture. And I'll just go to models. We should have a materials. There it is. Let's just create a new material. Floor test. And we'll give this object the material of floor test. If I can find where the material assignment is. That's a texture. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I guess we could do that now. Right, so just save the original texture. There we are, because it's already tileable. And right now that's in UI. We don't want it in UI. We want it in models. I'll just stick it in materials, I guess. Floor test. PNG. Shit, I compressed it. I don't like to compress it. It's not the end of the world, but I'd rather not compress it. Because Photoshop compression is slow as fuck. And Unity can compress it itself, and it's gonna need to do that anyway. So, might as well just use Unity's. Right. Floor test. Floor test. Okay, and then we can go ahead and we could make it like 1010. Okay, so let's say this is our dungeon floor. We can use offset, and this is what Madoka does. And they have like a, it looks like the floor's like moving. And it's really cool. And literally that's all you need to do. And like I say, if we want to make it like red, let's say we want like a red dungeon. Where it's all spoopy. Hellscape. Shit, not that one. That one. So I think I like that as a starting point. Which is kind of what Madoka does. How easy it's going to be to position the floor. I guess we just center it to the character, I think. I think we just center it to the character. But also it should like probably animate, like it probably should like come up from like the ground or something. But even that's difficult because I made the floor tiles see-through. Like it's all just grids, right, of lines like vectors. So it looks like kind of like vectors. So if we spawn a floor, if we spawn this floor under the dungeon floor that exists now, we'll see it even before it comes through the floor because it's fucking transparent. So, So yeah, I don't know what we would do about that. We could probably make it transparent and then use alpha to fade it in and like fade the floor in. That could work. Yeah, that could work. There's also... Oh, we did this before. What project did I use 3ds Max? I made like a cool ass cylinder. Oh, I know what it was. It was my previous gacha game attempt because I did this inside of a pipe that you rode a skateboard in. And for the pipe, I needed more segments. So there's a way to use 3ds Max and we can make a cylinder. So the first thing I want to do is make this cylinder. better than Unity's default cylinder. Because if you look at Unity's default cylinder, it's got how many segments? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a bit choppy, you know. It's probably like 32 segments. So if we made it 64 segments, it would be twice as round looking. And then what I also want to try and do is like smooth the edges so it doesn't just look like, you know, a cut pipe piece. Like we could sort of like bevel the edges or whatever around the cylinder, maybe. Okay, so we can get some advice from Jibbity on this. Because I suck at modeling. I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay, let's talk to Jibbity. I'm thinking of adding a floor to the dungeon. Let's say a platform. I'm thinking of adding a platform to the dungeon which lifts up from the ground as a battle begins. I want to start with a cylinder. But make it look good in 3ds Max. However, I'm new to the software. Can you guide me on creating cylinder with custom number of segments? Smoothing or beveling the edges to soften the top corners. Okay. I'm thinking of adding a platform to the dungeon which lifts up from the ground as a battle begins. I want to start with a cylinder but make it look good in 3ds Max. However, I'm new to the software. Can you guide me on creating a cylinder with custom number of segments and smoothing, beveling the edges to soften the top corners? Perfect. Introducing a platform that rises from the floor as battle starts is a great visual touch. You're on the right track, starting with a cylinder in 3ds Max. I'll walk you through the workflow step by step. Assuming you're new to Max but want a cylinder with adjustable segments and nice smooth beveled edges. Okay, so we want to go to create panel. Right hand sidebar looks like a mouse cursor clicking. Oh, the create, right, not create panel, the create panel. The right hand sidebar, choose geometry standard primitives cylinder. There. Okay. Click and drag in the viewport to draw the base. Oh, wait. Ooh. Okay. I'm not sure how high it needs to be. It's hard to say, really. We have no context of scale or anything, do we? But I'm kind of just trying to fill most of that grid. That could be like as big as 10 houses, or it could be as little as a fucking toenail for all I know. But I guess we can scale things in Unity, right? So it doesn't really matter. So we have our cylinder. In the modify panel, we have radius, we do. Radius, height, control size, cap segments, divisions on the top bottom disk. Let's play with that and see what it does. Oh, right, so it'll slice it. Or maybe we do need that to be up. And sides, how many edges? Okay, so right now it's starting with 18. So we probably want like 32 or something like that. Oh yeah, look at how smooth that is. And we could go 64. 64 is beautifully round. Now it's a floor, so like it probably doesn't need to be that crazy. 64 is not a lot though, right? It's fine. $32 round but still efficient. I don't know, man. 64 should be fine. 64 should be fine. Height segments 1 flat, top simple. Cap segments 1 to 2, keep it lightweight. Height segments 5. 1 flat, top simple. Cap segments 1 to 2. I'll just keep it at 1 then. Since I went for a round number of sides, right? You'll need editable geometry to bevel edges. Right click your cylinder in the viewport and convert to editable poly. Okay. Now you can directly manipulate verts, edges, and faces. Step 3, select bevel. Select and bevel the top edges. You want to soften the hard edge at the top disc. In editable poly mode, go to edge selection sub mode. Editable poly, edge selection sub mode. Edge. I assume that's that. Select the outer rim edges. Okay, I think we did it. Select the outer rim edges. Tip, use ring or loop selection. Right click loop. Yeah, I don't know whether that selected the bottom ring or not. I don't think it did. I think it only selected the top ring. Actually, I don't think anything's selected now. I think we lost it. So it said something about loop. Where the hell is loop? Loop. Right click loop, it said. Did I read that right? I don't see it. Use ring or loop selection, right click loop. Yeah, that's what it's saying. I don't see it. Oh, there's loop. But that wasn't a right click though, was it? Okay. But that's not the top part, is it? Is it the top two parts? Oh, this is confusing. I thought loop would take it around the edge, but it doesn't. Maybe ring. So ring goes down. Ring goes star. We don't want any verts, I don't think. I don't know actually. I think we just want the horizontals, don't we? But loop won't do it. Maybe I need like, maybe I do need like a whole section. Yeah, so that, like, that does select that, but then it Does Alt deselect? Yes. Oh dear. Oh dear. Why are you doing this to me? Oh, why? This is super awkward. This is super awkward. Ring goes down. We don't want to go down. I need some verts, I think. Whoa, let the verts go down on me. Oh my god, this is the most... There. Now if we loop that... Why does it go down? Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it doesn't matter. It's just... I don't feel good about the fact that it has, like, however many that is, 5 verts in that specific area, and the rest it doesn't. So I feel like when we start fucking with it, it's going to affect this little section here as well. So in my mind, all I'm trying to select, but I could be wrong, but I assume we're just trying to select one ring at the top and then one ring underneath. And that's all we want. Let's see what we get. In ribbon or command panel, look for the chamfer tool. Say what now? Chamfer. Add a small chamfer 1 to 2 units. Add a small chamfer 1 to 2 units. Say what now? Amount? Oh. Okay, so maybe we did want all the verts then. So we want all the verts going around then, don't we? So maybe I need both ring and loop. So would that be it? Is that what I want? Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that's nice. I can see what it's doing. And the more we go, I guess the rounder we get. Kind of looks like a child's toy though, doesn't it? If you make it so... It starts to look like some little toy that a kid would... It should have a hole in it, and then you've got to stack the pegs, stack it. Put the big one, put them in order of size, baby. You know, that kind of thing. But yeah, it kind of gets rid of those evil looking corners though. Oh, there we go. Yeah, now it's definitely looking like a child's toy. That's cool though. Radius bias. What does that do? I don't know. Depth. How deep is your bevel? How deep's your bevel? I really need to know, 'cause I'm beveling my cylinder. Depth type fixed or by weight. Yeah. Okay, I think that's... What does inset do? Does that make it so it's got like a little wall? Inset, so like the middle gets inset. I think it does, you know. That's kind of really what I want. I don't know if that's what that is doing. It's hard to see what that's doing. Offset. Does offset make it stick out? Yeah, I don't know. It looks nice. It looks nice. Okay, I think I'm happy with that. The next thing I need to check though is just make it 2. I want to scroll the texture, my looped tiled texture across the whole top. So I need to make sure that the UVs are correct. Step 4, ensure shading looks soft. Select the top and side polygons. In the polygon properties, set them to the same smoothing group. Select the top and side polygons. Okay, so we have a different way to select. How did I change to? Oh, there you go, polygon. Oh wait, I lost it though. No. Control and Z. Oh no! Why did I lose everything? I lost it all. I lost it all on a drunken gamble at the casino. Oh, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Why did that lose everything? Motherfucker, that was looking good as well. And even Control Z wouldn't let me go back. Can I not just go undo back? Redo parameter change. Undo. Undo. Like, what happened to all my fucking chamfers and shit? You fucking prick. I can't believe it just fucked my entire progress up. What a fucking piece of shit. I'm so mad. Oh, I'm so mad right now. Ring. Loop. Fucking twat. Chamfer, gotta fucking start again now. And now it looks like ass. What the fuck? Oh, this fucking software, man. Are you fucking having a laugh? What the fuck, dude? Oh my god, this thing sucks. What the fuck is happening? Why does it look like somebody fucking dropped it on a fucking... What is this shit? Blah! Undo select. Undo select. Right, we're back to the original cylinder. I don't know what the fuck is happening. It was fine. I fucking liked it. And then it undid everything. All I did is went to polygon so I could select something else. And everything got fucking lost. I don't understand. What the fuck? Piece of shit. Ring. Loop. I don't fucking know what I'm doing, mate. I can't believe that. And then when I go to chamfer, it all turns to shit. But it's saying I have 2 chamfers right now. What the fuck? So what happened to the one I liked? So I have 2 shit chamfers and not a single good chamfer. Well, that's just bloody great. More like a fucking shafting is what it fucking did to me. More like it shafted me, not chamfered me. Piece of shit. And now we're back to... Oh my god, I'm going to be here all day! Who wrote this software? Why did it undo all of my fucking progress? I don't understand. All I did is I went to fucking... I went from edge to polygon so I could select something else. And then everything fucking disappeared. And I was happy with it. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm going out of my mind. I'm going out of my mind. I'm going out of my fucking mind. This is actually insane. Right. Why is this software so fucking awkward? Right, finally. So I had two. I had, I don't know, several segments. 3, let's say. A depth 0.6 maybe. Then I had an inset, even though I didn't really know what that did. Still don't really know what it does. Segments. 2. Don't really know what it does. Offset. 0.3. Oh, I see what that does. That gives it like a ridge. Yeah, that's nice though, because it creates like a bit of a wall. Right, so do I need to apply or something? Like, I'm worried I'm going to lose it again. Let me save it. Save as dungeon platform. Right. I'm scared to click anything because, like, this is where it fucked me over last time. I could save this as a preset as well so I can get it back, but then I still need to have the correct selection, which is not easy for me to do because I'm not used to this thing. So I don't know whether I want to save that as a preset. I'm not sure about the offset actually. Can we do what? Can you do like a negative offset? Yeah. Maybe a negative offset. Yeah, I don't know what to fucking do now. I'm so scared to click anything. Open chamfer. Open, invert, smooth entire object. Like, everything looks good. What if I just click off now? There. So it seems to be set. But then if I click... This is where it went wrong before. When I click polygon, everything disappeared. And if it does it again, I'm going to be so mad. I suppose it's saved now though, right? Yeah, it just did. What the fuck is that? I think it's because we're just not seeing it. It's probably still there, but no, I don't know, because when I turn that on and off, now it just looks like a fucking sharp ass cylinder again. I don't fucking understand. That makes no sense. What the fuck? This is so irritating. This is so dumb. I have to load my saved version to get it back. Ridge wallet. Maybe I'll just try and do it like that. I don't know. Okay, let me ask Jibbity. I'll ask Jibbity. I'm getting frustrated because whenever I click, I get my what do they call the thing in here? Chamfer. Whenever I get my chamfer looking good and then click to select poly, it completely reverts back to the original sharp cylinder. The chamfer is still in the list in the inspector, but it seems to be no longer apply the effect. Am I doing something wrong? Okay. I'm getting frustrated because whenever I get my chamfer looking good and then click to select poly, it completely reverts back to the original sharp cylinder. The chamfer is still in the inspector, but it seems to no longer apply the effect. Am I doing something wrong? I know exactly what's happening here. You've run into one of the classic 3ds Max modifier stack gotchas. When you said the chamfer is still in the inspector, but it seems to no longer apply the effect, that means you're using the chamfer modifier from the modifier list rather than doing a permanent chamfer at the editable poly sub-object level. Let me break down what's happening. Why it reverts. In 3ds Max you have two different workflows. Modifier stack based. You add modifiers like chamfer, bevel, bend, etc. on top of your base object. These are non-destructive, good for parameter tweaks. But if you switch sub-object levels wrongly or later collapse incorrectly, it looks like the modifier vanishes. Editable poly sub-object modeling. You directly chamfer edges or polys inside an editable poly. This is permanent geometry editing. Doesn't revert when you switch around. In your case, it sounds like you added a chamfer modifier in the stack. When you click polygon sub-object level from editable poly, you're actually stepping below the modifier in the stack. So you see the original untouched cylinder. That's why it snaps back visually. How to fix it? You have two good options. Option A, collapse the modifier. If you're happy with the chamfer you did, modifier version, right click the object, choose convert to editable poly. Now you can continue editing polygons normally. I thought I did that already. This is so confusing. It's not even letting me. I think it's already editable poly, isn't it? I don't know. Yeah, it already says it's editable poly, so now I'm even more confused. It literally says editable poly. But the chamfer appears outside of editable poly. I don't know whether that's correct or not. I still don't fully understand, but I think it's already editable poly. Okay, it retained this time. So I had to convert it to editable poly again. I thought it already was, but I don't fucking know. That's so confusing. Right, and then I guess I want to select... It said the top edges or something, didn't it? Well, I just selected everything. Yeah, oh my god, I hate this thing. I think I hate this. It's so fucking awkward. So if I can't even loop that now. Is that because I'm in now editable poly or something? I don't understand. Now it won't even let me ring or loop it. Fuck off! Oh my god, there's a massive fly in here. Oh shit, is that a wasp? Oh, fucking wasp, even worse. Right, let me let this wasp out. It just tried to attack me. Like, it actually just got a baseball bat out and just tried to hit me over the head with it. It's fucking disgusting. Just give me a second. I hate wasps. I thought the beauty of having an aircon is that you didn't have to deal with this shit anymore. But I think they're getting in through the aircon or something. I don't know. So I still get loads of bugs in here. Go on, piss off. Bugger off. Go on. Right, give me a sec. I hate these fucking things. I need something to swipe it with. Give me a second. Fucking hell. I haven't got enough to do. Oh my god, will you just fuck off out of my room, please? You piece of shit. The blinds are in the way, so I can't get to it. Right, finally, I think it went. They're so annoying. Like, they come in, disrupt your entire universe, and then all they want to do is leave. And it's like, well, why are you fucking coming here in the first place, you prick? And then they always struggle to leave. Like, oh, you found your way in here alright, didn't you, little shit? But you can't find your way back out. Piece of shit. Anyway, crisis averted. For now. It was saying something like select the top polygon and the fucking edge polygons or side polygons or some fucking thing. Yeah.
Are you live?
Yeah.
I don't know, I thought myself.
Do you need or something? God, I fucking hate this program. It just doesn't make any sense to me at all. It just doesn't. What was it saying? I can select the top polygon, but trying to select the edge ones as well is just going to be impossible. It's probably not impossible, I just don't know how to do it. Right, step 4, apply smoothing groups. To ensure shading looks soft, select the top and side polygons. Well, I'll just have to do the top. In the polygon properties panel, the fuck is the keep reading. Set them to the same smoothing group. What does it even mean? Edit polygons. Set them to the same smoothing group. Yeah, alright. Polygon smoothing groups 1, 2, 3 auto smooth. Should I just click auto smooth? Right, I just clicked auto smooth. I don't know. Hopefully that doesn't matter too much. Okay, we're almost ready for export, but I need to check one more thing. I have a tiled stone texture which I plan to scroll during gameplay, so the top polygon floor will need the UV set to support this. Okay. Okay, we're almost ready for export, but I need to check one more thing. I have a tiled stone texture which I plan to scroll during gameplay, so the top polygon floor. We'll need the UV set to support this. Perfect timing. You're thinking ahead about UVs. If you want the top polygon, the floor part of the cylinder, to use a tiled scrolling stone texture, you need good clean UVs. Here's the streamlined workflow in 3ds Max. Step 1. Apply a UVW map. Select your platform object. Object? You mean like this? Is this the object? Select the object. But we're still selected 322 polygons. So how do I select the object, like you say? Like, it says this like I know what I'm doing. Like, I don't know what an object is. I assume it's the whole thing. But then it says select the object, like I can just do that. Elements? Okay, maybe then it should have said elements, shouldn't it? Okay, I'll select the elements, but it said object, so like I'm new, you need to like tell me what I'm doing. Okay, I selected the whole element. In the modifier list, apply UVW map. Modifier list. UVW map. Okay. In parameters, change mapping type to planar. It's on planar. In the alignment, click fit or align to the Z axis. Alignment. Okay, it's on Z axis. Check real world map size off. I don't even see that. Oh yeah, it is off. Why? You want the texture projected down on the top face, flat like a decal. Step 2, scale the map gizmo to control tiling. In the modifier stack, expand UVW map. Select gizmo. Expand UVW map. Ah. And select gizmo. Scale the gizmo in the top view. I think it's fine, isn't it? It's fine for the middle at least. I don't know whether I should scale it bigger. I think it's probably fine. It looks like it doesn't quite get these very, very top edges though. But it's pretty close. But if I only care about scrolling the texture within this middle part, it should be fine, I think. If you scale it smaller, the stone tiles will repeat more densely. Scaling it larger, stones stretch less tiling. Okay, but we can change the tiling setting. We can change the tiling setting, so I need to scale this. So this is just how big the tiles, the texture tiles are, I guess. Okay, so I'll make it smaller. Adjust until stones look right in your platform. Well, we can change that in Unity, right? Step 3, keep sides triangles clean. If you haven't unwrapped the side wall polygons yet, they'll probably look messy if the texture repeats there. You have 2 options. Trim texture to just the floor. Detach the top cap polygon into a new object. UV map only that. Then give the side wall a solid material, different trim texture. Box map the whole thing. If you want stones along the side as well, apply UVW map box mapping. I have no idea what any of that means. Like, fucking hell, mate. I don't know what any of that means. How would I? How would I know what any of that means? Ah! How do I go back to select? Select! What happened to my rect? Is that it? Yeah, okay. So maybe I want to separate this then. You can separate things, can't you? Because I see what it's saying. I think it's saying I should probably have this as a separate object so that we can put texture this differently to the rest of it. Or even if we texture the rest of it to the same texture, at least, you know, the wrapping will be separate. I thought there was a detach option in here somewhere. Detach. Floor. Yeah, that's great. Okay, so now we have a separate floor and a separate cylinder. So we could put different materials on those if we wanted to, I think. And we'll call this walls, I guess. How do I rename it? Rename. Walls. There we go. Collapse modifier stack. Convert to editable poly before export. Keeps UVs. Save. Why do I have to convert to editable poly 6,000 times? Export as FBX. Export. Unity projects. iDLE, assets, models, dungeon platform. Okay, let's see it. So there was our shitty little Unity version. This one's way smaller. I don't really know what size it is though in the grand scheme of things. Okay, so that's our new version. And then on dungeon platform, I just want to go to materials, legacy, model material name. Let's just unpack. And now we've got a separate floor. So we have a dungeon floor, right? Or floor test, I called it. I'll rename that though. Yeah, that didn't work at all. Okay, so I ended up with a really weird wrapping of the floor. Maybe it was the scale thing that fucked it up. Oh my god, this thing is so fucking annoying. Planar. Not world scale. The only part that I think kind of fucked up, but now it's saying it's that size, right? So I think that makes more sense. Fit. Center. Align to Z. Map channel 1. Show no seams. And then at the end it said convert to editable poly and then export your object. I feel like it's not going to make any difference at all. I don't feel like we actually changed anything. Defaults, I guess. We can increase the scale because it was a bit small. I don't see a scale option. It's probably under units. Yeah, scale factor 1. What even are inches in a computer though, really? Don't be ridiculous. Whatever, just leave it at defaults. There we go. Okay, that's much better. Yay. Okay, we're winning. We're finally winning. We're finally winning. Okay. And then we can set like walls to whatever we want. Yeah, I mean, that looks way better than that, right? That looks way better than that. But I think because this wants to like fill like it needs to fill. So if you think about it, we're gonna have like 4 enemies stood on one side of this, and then we're gonna have our 4 player characters stood on the other side of this, and then obviously they're gonna battle it out. So this is probably gonna be quite big, so that it can fit like 8 people on it, and have a bit of extra space. So judging by how big those stones are, I think we need to tile them a bit more than that. Yeah, because the camera's going to be like down here, right? Like most of the time, looking at enemies and stuff. So maybe like 18 by 18 is a better size for us. Obviously we can experiment. Maybe 16 by 16 actually. Yeah, no, I think I like that. I think I like that. Like in Madoka, it probably looked a bit more like that, like kind of dark and ominous. But yeah, the nice thing is we can apply like different colors to it as well. So in Scripts RPG, I'm going to make a little dungeon floor. Script. Yeah, I think that looks really good. It wouldn't really be Y, would it? It would be Z, I guess. Let's take a look at it. It's actually called, I think it's called offset. It's offset X and offset Y. It looks great and the texture app worked after separating the floor and tweaking settings. Can you help me with the scroll offset logic? Okay. Awesome, I'm glad the UVs are behaving now. Let's get that scroll offset logic working in your Unity script. Textures in Unity expose main texture offset or set texture offset main text in SRP. Each frame you increase the offset. Oh, Bandit Brethren, sorry, I didn't even see the... Let's have a look. You are looking at the base. Try clicking the chamfer at the top of the list of things. Yeah, 3DS is a nasty thing. I remember having to use it a while back. I found it more... I do find it more intuitive than Blender, I will be honest. Like, I think I get more lost in Blender, but I don't know, I've started getting a bit more familiar with Blender. I think it depends what you're doing. Like for some things, I guess it's like for some things, I think Blender's more intuitive, but for other things, 3ds Max is more intuitive. But yeah, those modifiers can be confusing as hell. So when you add a modifier, it adds it on top of the base object. If you click on the edge or a polygon, it will go to a previous step for the modifier list. If you wanted to keep the chamfer, you have to apply the modifier. Then when you click on edge, it will keep the changes. Well, I was looking for that and I didn't see, like, because I was expecting to see like an apply changes or something, but there was nothing like that in the inspector. But what seemed to make that happen was just by right clicking and saying convert to editable poly again, and then it seemed to like merge the changes. But I found that weird because I'd already converted it to editable poly. So to me, it feels like, you know, once you do the conversion, because for every other thing I've ever done on a computer, if you convert it from A to B, then you expect it to stay as B. So you don't expect to have to do it again, but I guess that's just the way it works. You can also click back on the chamfer modifier and it will apply the chamfer and its settings back on the model after your base edits, kind of like Photoshop layers with effects. Well, thankfully, glad you sort of got it working. Thankfully, I don't do too much modeling, and now you know why. But yeah, I mean, it's just getting used to these things. It took me ages to learn Photoshop. I think Photoshop has a really weird way of doing things that seems completely counterintuitive at first, but then as you get a bit more familiar with it, you realize, okay, it works differently to other software. But you know, it does have its own sort of logic to it once you sort of get used to it. It's like anything, it's just, you know, learning these things, isn't it? Yeah, you have to right click the chamfer and then convert it to poly, like using apply layers down in Photoshop. Cool. Shame I didn't see those comments earlier. But between me and Jibity, we kind of got there in the end, I guess. Okay, it's given me a script for the scrolly dungeon floor. Yeah, I did 3DS for a bit, but I got tired of its UI and learning Blender now. Yeah, I use both because because I'm so terrible at it. I'm so terrible at 3D modeling. Well, no, the reason I use both is because I do a lot of my models come from either MMD, so like PMX files, Miku Miku Dance, and 3DS doesn't have a good converter for that, but there's a really good one for Blender. So sometimes I use Blender just to convert like MMD models into FBXs and stuff like that for Unity. So I always have to have this old version of Blender that supports that still. So it's always on my machine. So sometimes I'll just have a look in Blender. And also, what else do I use it for? I use it to convert something else. Oh yeah, no, I thought I was using it for, I thought I'd need it for Vroid, but Vroid's pretty cool actually, because you can, yeah, there's like a built-in Unity thing now for Vroid. So this game that I'm making now is using Vroid models, and it actually manages it all directly in Unity, which is really cool. So I didn't have to touch either of them for this project for the most part. Yeah, it really saved me a lot of time actually. And I'm really happy with the whole Vroid thing. So I'm probably going to go down the Vroid route for future projects, because I feel like it's free. It's kind of like open sourcey. I don't think it's open source, but it's like free, you know, to use and all that stuff. You can get a ton of models from websites, and they let you like, you know, Creative Commons them and stuff like that. And it's like low footprint enough to sort of have lots of them in a game without it like killing your frame rates or anything like that. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Right, so hopefully that should apply now. Right, so I need to set the floor mat. There we go. At the moment I've got it set to something like that, I think. And if I hit play, we should see the scrolly texture. Yes, so that should look pretty cool. That's pretty much what it looked like in Madoka when I was playing last night, and I was like, oh yeah, I know how I could pull that off. Oh, that's very shiny though. I might want to change the shininess of that material. This is very bloomy. Yeah, let's see if we can tweak that a bit. Turn the smoothness down. There we go. There. Doesn't want to look like the floor's made of glass. Gonna have a bit of shine, I guess. Yeah, is this your battle arena thingy? Yeah, this is gonna be the battle platform. So I'll show you where I'm up to at the moment. Yeah, that's gonna be the floor that I'm gonna use. So we're doing pretty good. So if I open my party select, core canvas, overlays, party select. Let's just pick some characters, load into a dungeon. Dungeons are procedurally generated, so they're going to be different every time. There we go. So we're in a dungeon, and it's the theme of the game is battling online toxic discourse. So the idea is, it's, you know, like how Zenless or Persona has like two modes. You've got like slice of life and then the sort of battle. Well, this is going to be a bit like that. You're going to have like the slice of life stuff, and then when you go into battle, you're actually battling online discourse on the internet. So I thought, let's do like a Matrix kind of cyberpunky type thing, because the battles are actually taking place online, but the game, it's like you go into the internet to fight these battles kind of thing. So that's why it looks like all weird and stuff. That's kind of the theme I've gone for. So it's an idle game, so the characters will automatically go to the next dungeon. And I did this dynamic camera. I'm really happy with my dynamic camera. Looks pretty cool. It's a gacha game as well. I've got like 21 characters in it. Right, there we go. There's our enemies. So this is obviously where I would load the battle in. So this is why I got to the point where I'm like, okay, technically right now, it doesn't look like it, but we're actually floating in the air. So you can see how high up we actually are. So I was like, okay, well maybe I should like create a platform that like comes up that we all stand on when we fight. So that's kind of why I decided to make that. So we can see now what the scale of that will look like. Dungeon platform. So let's get the player's coordinates. Position. Give it to the dungeon platform. Okay, is it way too big? Oh yeah, way too big. Okay, so now we can get an idea of what sort of scale we want, I guess. Much smaller. And for some reason, the blue... the blue colour's seeping into the... Is it still under the floor? No. Well, that's weird. It must be my matrix shader. So my matrix shader seems to be passing the blue to the stone tiles. That's kind of weird. I didn't expect that. So I'd probably do something like that. Just so we're actually stood on a floor, I guess. So that when we start doing like camera angles and things, it doesn't look too weird. Yeah, so they'll probably like be something like this. But I don't know why the blue... I don't know why the stones are blue. It's kind of weird. Oh, okay, they're actually not. Yeah, okay, that looks pretty cool, actually. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. Yeah, now you can see, though, that the enemies are kind of hovered in the air, but we can move those down if we want to. I might make them a bit bigger as well, so they look a little bit more intimidating. And we can scroll that floor in whatever direction we want if we want to give it a side offset. Make it go sideways. Yeah, that's cool. So we can do what we want with the floor. Hey, I'm really happy with that. And we can also change the color of the floor. So if we want like red, ominous dungeons, we can have like a red floor. That's cool. Okay, I'm really happy with that. Cool. And I might have different textures as well, depending on like the theme of the dungeon. But yeah, we've got a lot of stuff already. Like a lot of the battle mechanics are actually already in here. I just need to like wire up animations and stuff. So if we open battle right now, it should actually do like a battle simulation. Where's my battle gone? There it is. Oh wait, something went wrong. It received no enemies. Yeah, I was going to say, why did nobody attack anybody, but it received no enemies. Okay, so I need to make sure that we're sending the enemies across to the battle simulator, because right now it said it didn't have any. Yeah, it all takes time. Am I going to pause the texture offset when the battle starts or keep it rolling? Well, I'm not sure yet. I'm just going to experiment. I would have never have thought to do that, to be honest, except my biggest inspiration for this game is actually this game here, Madoka. Whoa! I've got mine. Yeah, do you want to borrow them? Give me a minute. Oh, Jesus Christ. I've got mine. Yeah, do you want to borrow them? Bill's asking to borrow my pliers.
Just what?
Oh, Bill's asking to borrow my pliers. Alright, sorry about that. Yeah, so am I going to pause the texture offset when the battle starts or keep it rolling? Yeah, I would have never thought to do it except for this game that was actually my biggest inspiration for this game is this one, Magica, Madoka, etc. I think it's a really cool RPG. And I noticed they were scrolling the texture of their floors in a battle last night and I thought, that does look really, really cool. And I'm like, hey, I know how to do that. So I thought, okay, tomorrow I'm gonna set that up. But I've set it up so that it's super easy to stop because I can just set those. That's why I set it up like that. So I can just set those to 0, 0. If I decide I don't like it, I can just do that. So I have the option if I want to scroll it or not. But yeah, I guess I'll just experiment and see what I think looks and feels good. But yeah, it did look really cool in Madoka last night when I was playing. I didn't actually mean to start the game. I was trying to bring up the Steam page so I could show you the game. But now it's actually freaking loading it. But yeah, this is a really cool game. Definitely this game like sort of influenced me. I always wanted to make an RPG anyway, but when I played this game I was like, oh my god, this is like almost the perfect RPG. This is exactly the kind of RPG I wanted to make. So yeah, I have actually borrowed a lot of ideas from this, to be honest. I'll use the word borrowed rather than stolen. But yeah, this whole project really, it's for a contest. So I won second place last year at last year's Winter Unity Showcase for WebGL games. So this is my submission for this year. So I'm hoping to win first place this time. But yeah, this project is insane. It's like by far the biggest project I've ever made. And oh my god, it's a lot. But we're doing good. These things take time. Been at it for 8 months now. But yeah, a lot of it is actually ready to go. I wonder why did that not receive any enemies then? I'll have to look into that. But yeah, that floor's looking pretty good. But I guess I need to, because it's all procedural, I don't have a place to spawn this. What I'm going to need to do is calculate the distance between the player. So I need to calculate relative distance between player and where this is now. And then I also need to remember the scale. So let's grab world transform so that we can grab the scale. And then I need local position. Well, that already is the dungeon floor position, I guess. I just need player position. Okay. I've placed the floor where I want it to be in my procedural dungeon. However, since it's procedural, I need to calculate a local offset from player in order to place the floor correctly. How can I do that? I always know the answers to these questions already. I'm just kind of saying, what I'm really saying is, GPT, I'm too lazy to do this. Will you do it for me? But I'm also curious if it will just calculate it and then tell me what the answer is. So I've never really asked it a question like that before. What I would normally do is say, hey, help me write a script so that we can, you know, get this data and then place it correctly. But since I have these two data points now, I'm wondering if it'll actually just tell me what the local offset should be. am I ever supposed to do work in this fucking house? It's like a fucking zoo. Right. Alright, let's see what Gibbity says. Got it. This boils down to I have a procedural relative set. I have a procedural player relative setup, and I want to place. I don't know why I said place twice. My dungeon floor based on the player using local offsets. Let's break down what's happening in your data. That's interesting. So I actually did do the calculation. So it says from your data, world floor is at position -137.94, 0.27, 285, rotation identity quaternion 0001, and scale is 5.19. And then the player's world position is this. So the floor sits slightly behind the player's x-axis at about -2.94 units away on x, same z, and a bit higher in y. Its scale is already world scale. It's not a child of anything, so that's fine. Problem statement. You want to express the floor placement as an offset relative to the player procedural generation. Still respect the floor's uniform world scale. Well, no. I want to set the world scale to what I gave you. That means compute local offset in player space. Convert the floor's world position into the player's local coordinate system and use the relative offset when spawning procedurally. Solution in Unity. Like this, I hate it. I hate the way it does this though. It's like, here's the solution. Make yet another class. Like if you vibe coded an entire game with Unity, with GPT, I swear to God, you'd have like 6,000 classes. It would be the most... I don't know, it would just be so like, oh my God, it thinks you want like a custom class for everything. Like, no, you freak. Like, I already have way too many classes in this project as it is. I don't want a separate class just to place the dungeon floor. Like, I want that in my dungeon spawner system. So we're going to add this to the dungeon spawner system. Reference to the player transform. Technically, I suppose our battle core system should probably already have that, but I don't know if it does currently have that. But let's start at the beginning. So we already have a battle spawner. This is what should be responsible for it. So the first thing we'll do is we'll give it the dungeon floor so that it knows, so it has control over it. I suppose we really need the transform for it. Dungeon platform. Now, we don't want to spawn the floor when we spawn the enemies, because the enemies are spawned way before the player actually gets into the dungeon. And I don't want it to look like the player magically floats onto a floor that's already there, because then it will break the illusion that the player's already running on the floor. Because it looks like the player's running on the floor even though they're not. So rather than break that illusion, what I actually want is I want them to stop as they get to the enemy. So at the moment they stop to the enemy, we need to call a public function. Are you wanting the floor under the player so they're constantly above it, or so it's under the enemies? No, what I'm basically going to do is, as we stop, so we run up to enemies in the room, and then that's when I'm going to do my like battle start animation, you know what I mean, and show like an overview of the battle. So if we imagine, I'll show you in Paint. So we run into a room. Let's say this is our room. We run into our room, And as we stop at the enemies at this point, I kind of want the camera to change, and then the floor like appears, maybe it like fades in or something. Can like fade the floor in. I'm not very good at drawing, but we'll try and do what we can. If you imagine that's the floor, it's good enough, right? And then the camera will sort of like show you like an overview. So let's say you've got our enemies here, and then I'll spawn the player characters here, and then we can have like battles. Should be a B, shouldn't it? Battle start. So at that point I'm going to make the floor appear so that it like sort of, you know, sets up the formation and the battle and everything. So we'll need a public function to call on the battle spawner. Do spawn. Oh, do spawn, won't you, old chap? So we'll do spawn floor, I guess. We're not even really spawning it, we'll just move it, I think. Whatever, we'll just call it spawn floor. Right, so at this point, I want to put the floor where we want it to be. I'm curious how correct GPT was with its calculations. So in order to do this, player relative offset is player inverse transform point floor dot position. So we're going to need a reference to the player. I don't even know if we have one of those. What the hell? Oh yeah, it's because I'm already inside here, that's why. Transform player position equals system battle. I don't think we do have a reference to... Yeah, because it's not actually on the battle object. Ooh, this could be tricky. Maybe what I would need to do is send the position, or send the player's transform position, because we'll be calling it from player anywhere. So what would be better is to pass the transform player, pass the transform to this function, and then that way we have access to player position. Okay. So we want a vector 3 of player relative offset, right, which wants to equal player inverse transform point floor position, but we actually called it something else, didn't we? Dungeon platform or something. Yeah. Okay, we don't want two of those. Okay, so we calculated our player relative offset. Floor offset relative to player. Spawn floor relative. Okay, I'll be amazed if this works. Because this does seem like a bit of a hacky way of doing it. Okay, we can give it a try. I will be impressed if this works. Because I guess this... In order for this to work correctly on the first attempt, it means GPT had to get the maths part correct. And I'm not confident that it did. Let's see it. Alright, so then on the idle character, as we stop, it says like arriving at room, arrived at room or something, I think. Let me check my debugs. What are my debugs there? Yeah. Visited room. Yeah, that's right. Visited room, it says. So that's the point when we want to spawn the visited room. There we go. Right, yeah, this is as we reach the destination. So this is the point where we want to call the floor to spawn. So we should say system battle get component dungeon spawn battle spawner, and then we're going to call spawn floor, and we want to send this dot transform to that function. There we go. All right. We have an error. Battle spawner does not contain a definition for spawn floor, and no accessible extension could be found. Did I forget to save it? Yes. Okay. It's fine now. Alright, moment of truth. Let's see if it works. Let's see if it actually worked. If not, we're going to have to do this properly and stop being lazy. But if it works, then great. That's another problem solved. Okay, so party select. Load in. Alright, go to the first room. There we are. Okay. Oh, god damn it. I forgot to assign the reference. I always forget. Oh, what a dummy. Damn it. I have to run it all again now. It's my own stupid fault. Okay, dungeon platform. It needs to know where that is. Otherwise it can't do it. Alright, let's try it again. I always make stupid little mistakes like that. I get excited, that's why. Start wagging my little tail. Running around in circles. Panting. Getting all worked up. Wait, that's not where I want to be. I'll be in here. Alright, let's go. Okay, something went wrong. Yeah, I didn't think it would get it right. Let's see where it put it. So the where? That's not the floor. Wait, what happened to the floor? Wait, am I going? Oh no, there it is. Okay, it put the floor in some random ass place. Where's our place? Just for context, let's see how accurate it was. So here's our entire map. All right, I'm gonna have to do this. I knew that wouldn't work. I should have just done it. I could have been done by now if I'd have just done it properly. Whatever. The player, okay, it wasn't too far off, but it's still way off. So we're actually here, and it put the floor all the way over there. So it was kind of close. It was kind of close. But also it kind of wasn't. So, okay. procedural generation is a pain in the arse. It's a pain in the arse. Okay, let me just shout at GPT. Do you need an offset or math? Why not just spawn it under the player with an offset? That's what we're going to do, basically. But here's the reason why it's not as simple as it sounds, right? It's because you have 3 coordinates, right? Which I'm sure you already know, X, Y, and Z. But these coordinates don't mean anything in a procedurally generated dungeon because we have rooms that could appear absolutely anywhere. And the corridors connect the rooms. So these we don't know what this will look like in any given situation. So first of all, we need to calculate the direction the player enters the room in, which we already do to get the enemies to face the player. So we'll have to use like that basically. But then once you know the direction, then you can like set the offset. But the problem is we can't just set an offset of X because X only applies if we, like, let's say X only applies if we are facing either one of those ways, and then in one direction it's going to be positive and in the other direction it's going to be negative. But then if we're facing one of these ways, it would actually be Z, right? And then it's like Z positive and Z negative. So because we don't know if we're in X, Z, we don't know if we're positive, we don't know if we're negative, we can't just set like a vector 3 like you can with normal things. Because normal things are always where they are, so we know where they are. But because this is all procedural, we don't know where anything is. So we've got to start by calculating the direction of the player relative to world space, and then we've got to translate that into what is really left, right, and up and down and backwards and forwards, because we don't know until we do that. So it's kind of awkward. So yeah, I'm gonna shout at GPT now and see what we can do. This is how I did the enemy placement. It is kind of awkward, but it is what it is. Okay. Sadly, the floor appeared quite far away outside the room of where we want it to be. It's to be. When placing enemies, I used a function in update which let me tweak and line things up. Can we do the same thing here? The problem is, for the enemies, we only cared about back offset because we calculated the set. So what we had is we had the center of the room, and then we had the rotation of the player, and I did this thing where we tracked the player running all the way through the dungeon and then tried to calculate a safe distance to measure the angle of the player at, and it's mostly reliable. Nothing's 100% reliable because it's unpredictable, but it's, yeah, between 100 and 150 distance is when we figured out that that's the safest time to measure the player's rotation, to then try and figure out where the player's going to enter from so that we know which way the enemies are facing. And then when we know that, we know that the back offset is in this direction because we know the player's coming from here, and then we know to face the enemies in the opposite direction. The problem with the floor is that we need to, so with the enemies we only needed to move them up and down like in the Y, and we had to move them backwards with whatever backwards was. But with the floor we need to move it left, right, up, down, and up, down, sky, floor, right? So like forwards, backwards, left, right, and up and down. We've got like every single axis we have to work out an offset for. So the way the enemy one worked is I had a single, because like again I can't use a vector 3 necessarily, So I had a back offset because I knew that that was how far back the enemy should be from the player, and a height offset because height's not really affected by this. It's up is up and down is down at least, so at least we have that to rely on. And again, like No Man's Sky, you don't even have that to rely on because like up and down aren't even the same thing anymore because you don't know where the player's landing on a planet. So I do not envy Sean Murray at all when he made No Man's Sky. But at least we have it up and down to rely on. But that is all we can rely on. So that's not enough. I'm going to ask GPT what it suggests. I imagine it's going to say, okay, well, we need a third float, which is like side offset. In fact, I might suggest that. The problem is for the enemies, I only cared about back offset away from the player, which we could calculate based on rotation when spawning them. And height offset, which should always be the same y-axis. For the floor, however, I also need to tweak side placement. I suggest we add a side offset even though side and forward are relative to rotation, just so we have an extra dimension to work with. Also, I also added the player transform in the function call so we can pass the player's well, actually no, we can work out the player's rotation from the transform actually. Yeah, I also added the player transform in the function call so we can calculate world's rotation to calculate direction. Okay, let's see what it gives us back. What about fixing the flaw to the player, but just 0 alpha or disabled till needed? Sorry for BSIN shit, that probably won't work. You know what? That actually probably would work, to be completely honest. Yeah, that's a very cheeky way to cheat, I guess. Yeah, I could. If I was struggling, here's the reason why I probably won't do that, because as that probably would work actually, and it is a very sneaky way to cheat. I could do that, but the reason I probably won't is because I'm going to keep coming across this problem again and again and again. So unless I plan on carrying, 56 enemies and, bows and arrows and swords and, you know what I mean, gluing God knows how many things I'm going to end up needing to place to the player right at the start, which is probably not a good idea, then I'm eventually going to need to solve this problem anyway. And what you find is once you've solved the problem a couple of times, you can write helper functions and things so that you can just call on those functions to help you place everything else. So this is essentially what I'm aiming for. I'm aiming for a helper function where we have it down, where we can say, okay, we pass this to the helper function, we press this button, and we can magically work out where it needs to be. Because I'm going to need that at some point anyway. So I might as well sort of solve it now. But yeah, no, that's not a terrible idea, to be honest. If it was just the floor I needed to place, then I'd probably consider doing that. But there's going to be tons of other things as well, sadly. I see the difference now between the enemy placement logic and what you want for the platform floor. Enemies, you only needed forward, back, up and down relative to the dungeon entry direction. Floor, you need forward, back, sideways and vertical height offsets to line it up properly. Essentially a little formation system for your floor position, just like enemies, but with XZ tweaks as well. That's why inverse transform point also sends the floor far away. It's preserving whatever world local relation was in your test setup rather than cleanly giving you a lerpable forward side offset. Refactored floor placement with side offset. Yeah, so it's taken my advice and it's getting us to add a side offset. But again, it's kind of, what's the word? An oxymoron? Is that the right word for it? Meaning back and side are not real. They don't really exist in this context. But we have to call them something. So like, as long as I remember that back is sometimes side and side is sometimes back, depending on what direction we happen to be facing in, then it's fine. But I guess it just lets me sort of, you know, separate them in my brain at least. So I think I'm happy to do it like that. But yeah, I need to constantly remember that back isn't always back and side isn't always side. And as long as I remember that, we should be fine. Oh boy, imagine making a game like No Man's Sky. Yeah, Sean Murray talked about this and I thought, holy shit, yeah, that's insane. He said, yeah, the problem with procedural generation in a game like No Man's Sky is you don't even have up and down to like rely on because it depends where the player lands on the planet. And I'm like, shit, yeah, that's true. Holy fuck. I would hate to do that. So at least I can rely on up and down still. Okay, so yeah, update floor position. Spawn floor. Okay, it's just, oh, that's quite clever. So instead of player ref equals player. Oh, okay. So we need to retain the player reference now as well. Yeah, that makes sense because it's outside of that function. So we do a private transform of player ref, and then that's quite clever what it's done there. What it's done is rather than repeat ourselves, which is always a bad idea, we have one function which positions the floor called update floor position, and instead of spawning the floor and manipulating that here, we just call that function. So that way we rely on the same function if we're in tweak mode, which is I want to line things up in the editor, versus spawning reliably with offsets already set. But actually I want to talk to it about something. Because I just created a new problem for myself. Right, the problem we have now is if we go to our battle spawner, we have these magic numbers that we need to rely on to spawn the enemies in the correct place. So if I override these numbers now to position the floor, which I'll need to do, then we lose these numbers. Can we get that as a text output by any chance? No, it doesn't work like that. That's a shame. There are a few ways of doing that. Now we could just hard code those numbers in, which is not the best way to solve it. We should probably create some kind of class. So I'm going to ask it for its advice. I already know, again, I always ask GPT. I think all I ever really use GPT for is the ultimate fucking, what's the word? tell me what I already know, you know? It's like, what's that word that they say? They said that this is what people do with social media, right? Is people confirm my biases or whatever, right? Like, I'm basically wanting GPT confirm my biases. Like, I already know the answer. The correct way to do this is to set up a custom class so that we can have objects. Each object can have like an offset values on it. Okay. But it's just a lot of work. But it's always the other thing you find as well, though, the more work you put in at the earliest point, the more time you save in the long run. So it really is like, spend the time investing in the good code now and the good tools now, rather than if you're. This is one thing I've noticed in 12 years of Unity. I can safely say, whenever you say, I could do this properly, or I could just, for this, whenever you're saying, this'll do, we don't need to go that deep, believe me, you will regret it. Like, it's like, if I can say anything, confirmation bias, yeah, that's the one. If I've learned anything with 12 years of Unity, it's whenever you know there's a better way of solving the problem long term, just fucking do it, because you will thank yourself later. And if you don't, you will suffer. Okay. Okay, the next problem to address is that if I override the offsets that are now driving enemy placement, we lose them. I could hardcode them for enemies, but since I'm going to run into this issue over and over again, we should probably create a class that can store offsets for procedurally placed objects going forward. That way, with a well-written helper function, I can hopefully line lots of things up at runtime and then have a reliable system for replacing things dynamically. Can you help me set this up? Okay. Yes, you've spotted exactly the pain point. Right now, the same offset fields are overloaded between enemy and floor placement, which means tweaking one messes with the other. The best long-term fix is a data container class struct, let's call it placement offset, and a little helper method that applies offsets relative to a reference transform. That way, any procedurally spawned objects, enemies, floors, props, VFX, can share the same logic without duplicating math or trampling each other's settings. Yeah, I agree completely. It was my idea, so confirmation bias. Yes, tell me more about how right I am, GPT. Yes, create the placement offset class. Okay. Yeah. This makes perfect sense. Okay, let's do it. And we should get it to handle scale as well. If it hasn't added scale, I'm going to add scale to it. because we're going to want to rescale things as well. I did. Oh, there you go. It already added scale. Yeah, it knows what we're going for. Okay, so there's our placement offset class that we can now reuse. And so let me just save our magic numbers. Are they these? They should be the same magic numbers that's currently in snip clips, right? Yeah. This is our enemy. Enemies. But it's not enemies either, it's skeleton enemies. Yeah, oh my god, I need to, yeah, okay, it's time to do that as well then. Yeah, the problem I have is I want to place these offsets on enemies, but enemies come in formations. So the new problem that I have is, so we have enemy objects. Let's represent them like this. These are, let's say these are my enemies. And they derive from enemy type, just like everything else in this game. So let's say this is an enemy type. So in this example, this would be skeletons, and these would be our 4 different skeleton types. Our code for spawning things in dungeons right now does this little formation trick. Formation. And what it does is it looks at the battle core, which is like, say up here, counts the number of enemies, let's say it's 3, let's say it's 4, and it draws a formation based on the number of enemies that we have. So it knows spacing and how they should be arranged so that we can create formations of enemies. So I don't want to store offsets on the enemies because the offset is not being applied to an individual enemy. The offset is being applied to the formation of enemies. So let's represent that like that. Now, obviously, that is kind of like the green thing, if you think about it, and these would be the blue things. So that tells us, obviously, what we need, which is something I don't have right now. And I was trying to avoid it. But didn't I say, as soon as you start avoiding things, you always regret it? And this is evidence. So what did I avoid doing? I avoided doing this part. I was like, we'll just stick all the enemies together, it's fine. We don't need enemy types. We've already got enemy types as an enum, it's fine. But now we've run into a problem because our formation needs to be stored on an enemy type, which we don't actually have. So we need to create the enemy types so that we can store the offsets on enemy types, not on enemies. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I should have done it before now, really. So right now, all our enemies are just sat in enemies. So we're going to expand this. We're going to have an enemy type, and these are the skeletons. So these are now going to be enemy types. So our skeletons belong to the skeleton types now. And now we need to create an enemy type, which is exactly where we want to store our offsets. And I knew I should have done this when I was making them, but I told myself I wouldn't need to. And I should have realized. Of course I would need to do it. Alright, we now have an enemy type. Congratulations. We have to fucking change everything now. It's fine. Alright, so those are the offsets we want to store. So an enemy type, we can now store an offset. What do we call it? Placement offset. Every enemy type is going to need a placement offset for their formation. And maybe we would... Yeah, we should probably make it so that they automatically inherit and find each other. So we need system collections generic, so we can store a list. So we're going to do a private list of enemies equals new, and then we're going to do a void start, and we're going to say for each transform child Transform child in transform. I'm going to say enemies, add child, get components, enemy. Beautiful. Okay. So now what should happen is when I hit run. Okay, you can't see because I made it private, but let's just make it public just so we can see it. If I hit run now, any enemy type that I set up now or in the future, including this one, should find its enemies automatically and add them into the list. And this is what now needs to drive enemies, not the way we were doing it, which was to find children on here. Because now the finding children on here is only going to find enemy types, which we haven't taught our system how to read and understand. But it's fine. That's why we got errors down there. Have I still got that P weapon bug? Yes. It's fine. I'll find that one day. It's fine. It's just a weird little bug. I don't know where that is though. At this point I've got way too many lines of code. I don't even know where it is. Alright, so okay, let's try and run things. We'll probably get some errors. Hang on a minute. I already know where that's happening. It's happening in battle. That's one place it's happening. So in RPG we have a battle script. There it is. Battle is responsible for finding enemies and sending them to a dungeon instantiator type thing. So that's now not going to work because enemies don't live in the same way. So if we look at our battle script, here's how battle works. So on battle, we can set an enemy level so we can tell the battle system what level the enemies should be. And then we can select what type of enemies it should spawn and what battle mode to run in. And we can pick if we want random elements of enemies or not. So there's a tiny little change we need to make. Where's our enemy type? Here it is. Generate enemies for room. If group type is enemy group dot skeletons, okay, that's not where it's actually picking them up though. Where's it actually picking them up? Oh, yeah. Okay, that was semi-smart of me because we don't actually have to change this. And actually, the way I set this up, we don't even need to necessarily keep a list of enemy types. Enemies within enemy types, because you'll see what I did instead. It's kind of clunky though. The way I worked around this, I am definitely getting clever in my old age, but it is kind of clunky, but it does work. What I've done is I've hard set the index starts and ends for enemies to get around it. So skeletons will still work, and they're still handled by this list of enemies. Actually, this list probably doesn't work anymore though. Yeah, this list won't work anymore. So it won't work. It just broke everything. But we could fix. Now I've got a choice. It's never good to have more than one source of truth. But I think my enemy script. I mean, it will scale enemies for a dungeon, so it needs a list of enemies, I guess. I mean, it still points to the same single source of truth either way. It's just that we kind of have two references to them. Or we will when I fix this. But that's fine. Because this script would need enemies anyway so that it can scale them for dungeons. Unless I move the scale logic onto enemy type. But I don't really see a reason to do that. I do see a reason to change this though, rather than use hard indexes. Because the problem with hard indexes is if I carry on this way and I have dozens of enemy types and lots of enemies, and then I want to go back and add a skeleton out of nowhere, then I'd have to like recalculate all the start and end indexes and then like update them all, which is a bit clunky. Whereas if I make this the way I normally make it and make it completely dynamic, then this thing can just manage itself, and then it doesn't care about how many enemies there are. It will just let you add them and deal with them itself, which is why I prefer to do it that way. Oh, there's so many ways to do this. Because what I could do is I could just tell... I could just tell the enemies system to log types now instead. And then when it needs to grab an enemy, it can grab the enemy from the enemy list on the enemy's type. That way we don't even really duplicate references. So we have single source of truth. And then we have like recursion between enemy type and enemy, which is probably the most robust way of doing it, but it's going to take a little bit longer to set up. How do we currently find the enemy? Enemy, target enemy. Target enemy dot runtime stats equals target enemy dot set scale stats dungeon level curve. So we sent the enemy in that function anywhere. This is just updating a material for the enemy outline. So yeah, there's no functionality currently on enemies that would need changing anyway. It wouldn't break anything. Okay, I think the best way to do this is to change this to enemy type, and enemies now just logs enemy types. That's not how you spell enemy. Just call it types, I guess. I like to keep things short. We're already on the we know it's types of enemies, and in that way we can say enemy types dot add enemy types. However, that publicly exposed list was being used by Battle, as we can see in here. Yeah. And it was driven by this horrible clunky index thing. This needs to go. This is bad. This is real bad. Okay, I know what to do. On enemy type, hopefully that's a shared enum. And if it's a shared enum, we need to apply the enum to it. So we just do a public enemy type. Yeah, there it is. Type. That's beautiful. Except it won't compile because it's still complaining about this. Oh, you fucking wankstone. Just give me a minute, dude. I'm trying. I'm trying to fix it. I hate the way fucking Visual Studio does that. Like, I'm trying to fix this part, but you won't update the inspector for me to fix it because you're complaining that there's compilation errors. And yes, of course there's compilation errors because I'm still fixing this. It's like, oh my god, it drives me insane. Oh, that's not what I meant. That's the wrong reference. That's not the enum. Enemy group. enemy group. And we should probably call it group instead of type. But now we've got like a bit of a descriptive inconsistency there. We're referring to both types and groups as the same thing. It's like, make my mind up. Is it a group or is it a type? Well, it's both. I don't like that it's both. I'd rather it was one or the other. Why is it a type and a group? Okay, let's change it then. It's an enemy group. It's not an enemy type. Enemy group. Oh, we can't call it enemy group because enemy group's an enum. Ah, you motherfucker. Yeah, I suppose we can't, can we? Ah, that's why it has a different name. I'll just have to live with it. I'll just have to live with it. It's fine. That does kind of upset me a bit, though. That's kind of a limitation of C#, I guess, because we can't have the same enum as we have as a custom class type, because it doesn't allow it. It's fine. Why does that bug me so much? It just does. It's like, look, make your mind up. Is it a group or is it a type? Well, it's both. And I don't like that it's both. It's like, no, it shouldn't be both. It should be one thing. Then it just keeps things simple and neat and consistent. But whatever, it won't let me. Right, enemies. It hits me. Yeah, we still never got around to. Let's type these numbers in. We need these numbers. So this particular offset is -3.86, 2.17. 0.63, 1.63. You know what's super cool about this as well? You know what? I don't know if you can tell where I'm heading with this, but I know where. I just realized where I'm heading with this, and I love it. We're going to set it up so that anything we want to spawn, all we need to do is stick an enemy type script on it, and the spawner will instantly know to query these numbers and update accordingly. So going forward now, when I want to place things procedurally, all I'll need to do is stick one of these scripts on it, tell the thing what we're placing, and then the rest will just take care of itself. How fucking nice is that going to be? Alright, we're not there yet though. Let's not celebrate just yet. Okay, so we were in battle and it was complaining. Yeah, it's complaining because there's no such thing as enemies anymore, because now it's enemies.types, and instead of this horrible index thing, we now need to derive type from enum. Yeah. Yeah. Why am I hesitating? Yeah, this start index thing is fucking dreadful. This thing is horrible. It needs to go in a ditch. It's so bad. Okay. This part we keep. This is fucking hell on earth. This is dreadful. So that I can still read my old code though, I'm just going to comment it all out for now. Int enemy type count. But we were using that as an indexer, weren't we? I think. Probably. Right, we could do the if group is skeletons, but all we want to do is we want to set an enum of enemy group. No, we already know the enemy group. It's the enemy type. Okay, so now we're trying to translate an enemy group into an enemy type. That's what we are doing. So we'll declare the enemy type and we'll say set type. And for now, we'll keep it as null. Then what we can do is we can say if the enemy group is skeletons, then enemy type equals set type rather. Set type equals it doesn't work like that. It's not a fucking enum. So we're still kind of using indexes in a way, but this is so much cleaner. Isn't there a better way of doing it than that, though? There is, because I store the enum on the enemy types, actually. It's time for my 1:30 nap. Best of luck with the enemy system, and I'll peek back in later next time. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. But yeah, I'm having fun. I promise. I know it doesn't sound convincing, but no, I do. I fucking live for this. I love this shit. I really do. I'll just love building systems and stuff. But this one is quite nuts. But we're doing great. We're doing great. Okay, what I could actually do. Here's the best way to solve this problem, because I really am getting better at this shit. Here's what we do. We create a public enemy type returner called getType, and then we take the e number of enemy group right? Because then all we need to do is we need to say for each. God, I really am getting better at this, aren't I? This is cool, actually. I can just say for each enemy type in types, if group is the same as the type dot group, then guess what? We found it. Return type break. The only problem is it's probably saying that not all paths return a value. Yeah, we already return already returns, that's why. Otherwise we return null. There we go. So now we have a beautiful little helper function, because look how neat this is now. We don't even need any of this shit. Now we can just say set type equals system enemies get type, and then send it our enemy group. Look at that! Now we've got the type just like that. That's so nice. Oh, that's beautiful. That is. Look at that. One line of code. Oh, I'm definitely getting better at this shit. Alright, now look at all this shite. We can get rid of that now. It's fucking hideous. So now that we've got the type, we need to iterate through the type list, through the enemies list on the type. So instead of a while loop, which is always dangerous and stupid. No, to be honest, while loops have their uses, but for each is so much better and safer. So we can say for each enemy type. No, it's enemies. Now we're getting enemies, aren't we? Let's have a look to see what we're actually doing. We're actually adding enemies to a list. The only thing I will say is in our previous code, we were using the index hacky ass trick to also limit the number of enemies that was being pulled from an enemy type. But now that we've removed that, we actually would just be adding every single enemy from that type into a list. So we are still going to need a way to set the cap for like the number of enemies that we want in a dungeon. But that's not a problem. So that pretty much does the same thing, but look at how much fucking cleaner that is. But we do still have a problem. I'm going to get Jibbity to help me with it. Okay. Whilst restructuring things to support this, I need help with something. I had to refactor my enemy retrieval code for setting up battles. How can I ensure 4 enemies are added despite the type count from the collection? Let's just say regardless of type count. Okay, there we go. Great question. Right now your code just dumps all enemies from that enemy type regardless of count, which won't guarantee exactly 4 enemies. You want to always return exactly 4 enemies randomly chosen from the available set. If not enough unique types exist, allow duplicates so the room always fills to 4. Generate enemies for a room. Is it changing names again? Why are you changing names? No, it's not system enemies. Oh, yes, it is actually. Scale enemies for dungeon. Why doesn't it like that? Dungeon level. Oh, because we don't tell it what dungeon level. The dungeon levels... Oh, no, we do. Is it called dungeon level? Enemy level! Stop renaming things! It still hates it. Cannot simply convert void to enemy. Oh my god, why are you destroying my code, GPT? Now I need to see how it did work. Yeah, we just call system enemies, scale enemies for dungeon. But wait, that does seem kind of scary that it does that. That is a good point, actually. If that is a void, which apparently it is, then doesn't that mean... No, because we send it a target enemy. We say target this enemy. We say dungeon level, and then we give it a target enemy, and it scales that target enemy. So that's fine. That's absolutely fine. But what did it think we were doing? It. First of all, it thought we were assigning something when we're not. Yeah, our enemy is just the E, because we get when we pull the enemy. I don't know. Even I'm getting confused now. There is a chance that I am massively botching this up. Let me just actually figure out what we're doing. I think what we're doing is we're scaling the enemy blue. Are we scaling the enemy blueprint, or are we creating a new instance of an enemy? Because really we should be creating a new instance of an enemy. We shouldn't be scaling the blueprint directly, but I fear that we are scaling the blueprint directly, which means that would work at first, but then it would not only stack scaling so that enemies would be way stronger than they're ever supposed to be, but also if we suddenly went from a harder dungeon back to an easier dungeon, the enemy would actually get harder, not easier. Because it would continually stack level buffs onto the enemies. The function on its own isn't necessarily a bad way of doing it, because the function's just saying, oh, send me an enemy and I'll scale it for you. But I think what I was doing is I was just sending the blueprint to that function. So essentially we were just scaling the blueprint. Now what GPT's expecting it to do is GPT's expecting it to create the new instance of the enemy as it scales the enemy, which ensures that we never scale the blueprint directly, I guess. But we could also just create a new variation of the enemy prior to calling that enemy to be scaled, right? So it's kind of like 6 of one and 1/2 dozen of the other. Like, I suppose it doesn't really matter what order we do it in, but there is a chance that I was scaling enemy blueprints, which would have fucked things up over time. So I definitely need to make sure that I'm not scaling enemy blueprints. But I'm not sure if GPT's proposed solution, it probably is the best way to do it, to be honest. So what GPT is expecting us to do is have our enemies system return a new instance of an enemy so that we don't fuck with the original blueprint. We can certainly do that. I'm just not sure how, because if I say it's the target enemy, doesn't that just link to the target enemy? I'm going to need to ask GPT about this. I'm not sure if that doesn't that just create a new reference back to the same blueprint? I don't think that actually copies the enemy, does it? My scale enemies function may have been messing with blueprint directly, but you're right, we should create a copy. Scale enemies for dungeon. Enemy target enemy. Will this create a copy or just re-reference the original blueprint? How would I create a copy from blueprint instead? Great catch. The line enemy scaled enemy equals target enemy does not create a copy in C#. It just reassigns another. Yeah, I thought it did. It just re-references the same object in memory. Yeah, I thought it did. So when you mutate scaled enemy runtime stats, you're actually mutating your blueprint, which is almost certainly not what you want. Yeah, I agree. So how the hell do we actually copy it then? I guess we're about to find out. Implement a clone or copy method on your enemy class. Okay, that's an interesting way to do it, I guess. So on the enemy class itself, we could just give it a clone function. Ugh. God damn it. I'm flagging here. I'm flagging. No! Stop naming things! No! Public enemy. Clone. Motherfucker. What a wanker. What an absolute wanker. So essentially, we want to say new enemy, and then we want to copy everything from the blueprint. It's kind of fucking tedious, isn't it? Enemy element is enemy element. Why would you do runtime stats next? What? Why not enemy role? Can't we just go through in order? Wanker. Why won't you copy roles? You wanker. Okay, now we've got weapon element role. Where's base stats, bitch? Base stats. Runtime stats. We want everything. URL icon. Why would auto predict only give me some of these fields? It could actually be useful if it gave me all of them. But oh no, only some of them will. There you bitch. Right, okay, that's kind of awkward, but it is what it is. Using system transactions. My bank account's empty, mate. You won't get no transactions out of me. Alright. So, okay, now we have a clone on the enemy class itself. So we can say enemy scaled enemy equals target enemy dot clone. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's quite nice actually. Okay, so we now should have, this should be way better than it was, because we now have a much more efficient, better written generate enemies for room, which doesn't care how many enemy types there are. It doesn't care how many enemies of said enemy type there are. It will always pick 4 enemies if we're just doing a normal room. Obviously boss fights are going to work differently, but for normal rooms I think we just want 4 enemies for each room. So now we have a function that will let us do that, and it doesn't care which enemy types, and we have the perfect structure for creating new enemy types with offsets, and we're making clones of enemies when we start scaling for dungeons instead of fucking with the blueprints directly. So yeah, huge win. I'm starting to talk like fucking GPT. That's what GPT says all the time. Here's why this is a huge win. Oh my god. I'm turning into a large language model. Help. So we essentially just solved this problem. So there we go. We created an enemy type that automatically picks up all the enemies along the way in the hierarchy, just the way I like to do it. And it has its own list of enemies that we can pull from. And now enemies itself just has a list of enemy types. And now formation can grab the offset information from enemy type, just like this, and it will know where to place each type of enemy, because some enemies may need to be scaled up or down, and they may need to be shifted around a little bit, and now we have the ability to do that. But if we go back to GPT's response, it actually gave us some more. We only got halfway through that. Okay, so it wants to give me a placement helper. Well, here's the thing. you want to make a public static class like you always fucking do, because you're obsessed with 6 billion classes, and I already have an enemy spawning script, and so why the fuck would I want a separate class for that when I can just stick it on my spawner? Jibbity. Use your brain. I know you don't have one, but you're still smarter than me. But shut the fuck up. How about that? How about that? How about you do what I tell you to? Who's the boss? Who's the boss? If you're so smart, GPT, and you know so much, how come I get to boss you around? How'd you explain that, Mr. fucking Genius? How'd you explain that, Mr. GP Genius, you piece of shit? Alright, placement help. What I meant to say is thank you. Thank you for your help. Placement helper. Enemy. Battle spawner. We won't be able to use static because this isn't static. Because I don't want to get an electric shock. Oh, actually, oh, my arm just cramped up. Ow, that hurt. Why did I do that? Oh. Is it because I was mean to GPT? Do you think that's like karma or something? It doesn't have any emotions though. Can't you be as mean as you want to a machine that has no emotions? I think you can. Didn't feel anything. I'm the one who gets pissed off when it renames all my variables. And then tells me I did everything wrong when it gave me faulty code. And it's like, you did this wrong. And it's like, who did, mate? Who wrote that code? I don't think I wrote that, did I? Huh? You little shit. Right, we also didn't call it placement offset with a capital P because I don't want to offend anyone with a big massive P. So I just have a little P. I always have a little P just to, you know, be functional but not offensive, you know. That's how I like my P's. Alright. So now we have a placement, we have a function that's a calculate world position. What? Why are we calculating world position? Why would we want to do that? Is it being dumb? Does it think that I want to spawn things? Surely it's not that stupid, right? Does it think that I want to spawn things suddenly at world position in a procedurally generated spawning system? Surely it wouldn't be that stupid, right? It understands that we've been working with offsets all day. It can read the stream title. So why would it suddenly care about world position? I don't understand why do we want this? This will take a reference transform, example, player, room center, and an offset and calculate a new world position or rotation. Oh my god, my stomach. It sounded like I was gonna throw up. It's grumbling away. It's gurgling and grumbling. Ugh. I'm like a little goblin. Like a little hobgoblin. Sat here gurgling away. Write a helper function. This will take a reference transform, player, room center, and an offset, and calculate a new world position and rotation. Why does that sound like such a useless function? It's probably not, but it kind of sounds like it is. I suppose it makes sense, right? It's basically like saying, hey, wherever you were, you need to move slightly based on this offset. It depends on how this works, right? Let me get my crayons out, right? Let me get my crayons out. Okay, it depends what it means by reference and offset. If it's doing what I think it's doing, then we're good. So in the enemy placement example, right, we sent a reference as room center, right? We sent the reference as the room center, and so we said the offset was an offset from room center, right? So like whatever the offset is, it should be relative to the room center. So if the room center's here and we say we want you to offset back to here, then the offset is a representation of this to this. If that's what this function does, then okay, I can see the point. If, however, it means it could work in two ways. I'm going to need to read the code in a sec. I'm really starting to flag now. I need to go get like my juice or something. Juice, it's like a fucking child. Where's my juice box? Where's my milk? Some fucking milk. How do I erase all this? But it could mean something else, and this is what I'm worried about. If I spent less time drawing with crayons, I'd actually get stuff done. But for anyone who's watching, because what it could also mean is a reference is something like enemies, right? If it means that the reference is enemies, there's our little goblins, right? And the offset is an offset from current position enemies to new offset position. So it's saying, oh, wherever these goblins were, we want you to take this offset and apply it to move them to an offset of where they were. Then this function is completely useless. It's bullshit. That is not what we need to do. But if it's going to do the first version, where we send it a reference and we're saying, okay, this is your anchor point, you could think of a reference as an anchor. How do you draw an anchor? If I stop, you know, if I actually just did some fucking work instead of doing that, that looks like an anchor, right? That is not what an anchor. It looks like a fucking... I don't know what that looks like. Whatever, I can't draw an anchor, okay? But if that was an anchor, then the offset becomes... It's saying anchor yourself to this position, but at this offset. At that offset. Then this is actually a useful function for procedural placement. So let's read it and see if it actually does what I think it does. But why would you call the function calculate world position? What kind of name is that? Like, that doesn't even describe what the function does. Either way, the name of the function is fucking baffling. Why are you saying the function's called calculate world position? A better name for the function is get offset position, and a better name for the transform is anchor. Okay, so let's see what it's actually doing. It's saying get reliable horizontal forward right. Okay, so it's figuring out the rotation of the anchor point. But we don't care about the rotation of the anchor point. Already I think this function is bullshit. Because in our enemy placement script, right, we don't calculate the center of the fucking room's rotation, right? When we move the enemy to this purple line, we don't figure out which direction backwards is by looking at the rotation of the center of the room, because the rotation of the center of the room doesn't fucking mean anything. It's procedurally generated. The way we calculate which way back is from the center of the room is by looking at the player's rotation. I just realized what my calling is in life. I shouldn't be doing this. Do you know what I should be doing? I should be the world's first coloring book streamer. So like an interactive coloring book. Because apparently that's all I ever want to do. Interactive coloring book online. If this doesn't exist, I'm making it. Coloring online, it sure sounds like it does. What do you mean you can't connect? Do I have to send my fucking ID? Why? I finally found the one place I wanted to visit on the internet and they won't fucking let me in. What do you mean for kids? What do you mean by that? Oh, these aren't just for printing out, are they? Oh, this is great. Oh, no, I wanted to be able to, like, scribble on it and stuff. I mean, that's okay, I guess, if you want to be, like, lazy. Welcome to the stream. Right, so basically what we want, right? I have to do the explanation thing as well. Is we want to fill these circles in as different colors, right? Just so that it looks varied. Because the last thing you want is bright green feet, right? And then a bright green foot at the back. You need shadow at the back. So that one's darker, you see. That's how it works. And then you obviously want the brown hat, right? With a pink. It's not really pink, though, is it? You can make your own colours. Oh, this is great. purple clouds because it's going to rain. The sun's obviously yellow or orange. It's kind of in between. We make our own sun. That's not good enough. What this needs is a way to like start from a preset color and then mix it from there. Also, is this not doing RGB? Yeah, it is. But it's supposed to be paints, right? So I wondered if it was going to mix colors like the way that paint colors mix, but it's actually not. So wait, what did I want? I wanted like a yellowy, orangey color. Well, that just looks like the same fucking standard yellow. Okay, that one's a bit better, I guess. And obviously the sun's blushing. And the sky is blue. Blue skies, oh can't you see? A dirty kind of muddy brown colour for the field. There we go. Wow, this is the best website ever. This is so fun. That's quite cool, actually. I wonder how this works. I bet it's probably JavaScript, I would think. But yeah, it's pretty cool, actually. This website's goosed. Where was I before I got fucking distracted by crayons again? Right. Calculate offsets. And again, this isn't calculate offsets really. This function is the formation creator, I think. I'm never going to be able to fucking keep track of what's going on if Jupyter doesn't start renaming functions so they actually make sense. I'm pretty sure this is set formation. There we go. That makes more sense. Oh, I don't know. I might need a break soon. See, any normal person in a normal office in a normal work day would be like, would have had some lunch by now. It's like fucking 2 p.m. and like I don't eat, so that's probably why I like started like start to fall apart after a certain amount of time. I mean, we're coming up to like 4.5 hours now. I might just leave it there. Like, okay, we had some bandit brethren. Sounds like I'm fucking Robin Hood or something. We had some bandit brethren a moment ago, which was nice. But other than that, we haven't even had a peak. We haven't even had a peak from a peaker or anything. So I think what I might do is just end the stream here. Like, I like to go live so I have like some kind of devlog or something so you can sort of see the progress being made. And then if I ever do like a Patreon in the future and I'm like, hey, you can trust me, go check out all my devlogs, And then I'm in the habit of doing daily devlogs, and anybody who wants to throw some money at me to support a future project can feel confident that, you know, that I'm actually doing the work, right? But also, like, yeah, I think 4.5 hours of nobody really watching the stream is probably long enough. Like, I'm still gonna keep working on this. It's not, but I could genuinely use a break. I need to pee. I should probably grab a little bite to eat actually, and grab a juice. So I might just end. I think I just end the stream here and carry on working off stream. But yeah, it's coming along. As you can see, we're having some offsets. 4.5 hours on offsets is quite a long time, but this is the thing with procedural generation, right? Like I say, you don't have, like, you can't rely on X, Y, and Z the same way you can in a game where everything is, you know, where it always is, because you don't know where things are going to be. So it is challenging, but I think it's fun to solve. I like solving problems, and I think we'll get there in the end, but it's definitely trickier. So yeah, I need a break. I'll leave the stream there. And I will be back on tomorrow. Bye.